This is a hybrid meeting of the City Council. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 #.
Thank you for that. The city clerk is the host of the Zoom meeting. Speakers will be able to unmute themselves when recognized. This time I will call the meeting to order and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Huseman.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas.
Present.
Councilmember Madera.
Present.
Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Noble.
Present.
Councilmember Hurst.
Present.
Councilmember Kim. Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Councilmember Ford. Mayor Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to excuse the member not present. Mayor Pro Tem.
Make a motion to excuse the member not present.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to excuse the member not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. This time, I'm going to invite those present and remote to join us in a moment of silence in the Pledge of Allegiance and take time to recognize the service and sacrifice of our veterans for Veterans Day coming up on Friday, and especially those that are still continuing to fight the battle at home, and encourage all those individuals to make sure that they seek out help and don't become another statistic. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All public comment will occur during citizen communication except for public hearings. Persons who are registered to speak under multiple items will be allowed to speak multiple times. Per council policy, citizen communication is the time on our agenda for the public to address council on business and affairs of the city. Agenda time was 6 p.m. It's after 6 p.m. No motion needs to be made. City council is not able to hear any comments at this time on land use matters that are before or may come before council. Please reserve your comments for the appropriate public hearing. As a reminder, we take your comments seriously, but do not generally respond to comments until later in the evening during administrative business. Council members may ask questions of speakers if desired. I'm going to repeat that. Council members may ask questions of speakers if desired. Virtual speakers are going to be first. We're going to start with Rana Sanchez.
Rana, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Okay, Rana Sanchez, 10680 Waco Street in Commerce City. Good evening, City Council persons, Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas, and Mayor Huseman. Welcome to new Council Member Kim. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my opinions with you. First, I would like to address the Resolution 2022-81 authorizing a cost share agreement between the Reunion Metro District and the city for Chamber Road improvements. While you will get no argument from me that Chambers Road needs to be improved, I take issue with the City Council entering into the agreement that the Metro District proposes. First, the funding proposal is not based on reality. Let me explain. The letter the Reunion Metro District submitted to you is laced with false indignation. While the Reunion Metro District prepared their proposal with the North Range districts in their ad hoc meetings, calling themselves the Reunion Bond Working Group, there has been no agreement, to my knowledge, from the North Range Metro districts, and to assume there is agreement from them is flat out erroneous. As everyone knows, the Reunion Metro District is made up strictly of developers and their cronies and does not include any residents who are not employed by the developer or receive funds from the developer. They are making decisions without input from the people who live in Reunion and pay for all their projects. North Range Districts 1 and 2 are solely comprised of residents in these districts who do not receive salaries or any other benefits from the developers. And as I said before, they have not agreed to anything. Just because you tell someone about your plans does not mean acquiescence to them. We also all know that it really doesn't matter if they agree to it or not, since the Reunion Metro District can do whatever they want and force the subsidiary districts to pay them for their purchases. This is taxation without representation. You, city council members, are elected by the residents to represent us. No one on the Reunion Metro District was ever elected to represent anyone except themselves. Further, regarding the $5.2 million contribution Reunion Metro is claiming will be paid for by North Range Districts 1, 2, and 3, I don't know how they can make such a claim when District 1 doesn't have voter authority to issue more debt, and District 2 and 3 have very high debt to taxable value ratios that will make it extremely difficult for either district to issue additional debt, assuming either district board is even willing to issue additional debt, which again has not been decided. I urge you to not move forward with this IGA until the residents, the people who actually have to pay for the road, get a say in the decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we will move on to our next speaker, Ariane Mullen.
Arian, if you're in the meeting, you can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Arian, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you, council members and mayor. I'm addressing the council tonight regarding the recent meeting held by the Chamber of Commerce regarding homelessness, and in light of recent council meetings, just to clarify some misconceptions that may exist. The Chamber wishes to reiterate its position that we would like Commerce City business members, Chamber of Commerce members to be involved and provide input during the search for the appropriate approach to homelessness, regardless of what it ends up being, whether it's a program like the one proposed at our meeting or something else. But to clarify, despite what was said at the end of that meeting, we know that there are no services in Commerce City that currently provide the services proposed and outlined during that presentation. There are no services that systematically provide cleanup of garbage, human waste, or camp debris and waste in the encampments by directly providing gainful employment to homeless individuals who need that income. There are also no programs that provide mobile bathrooms or storage facilities for homeless individuals, which are also staffed by homeless individuals, providing more gainful employment to those individuals. There's also no proposal to outsource anything to Salt Lake, where we got the idea and the basis for our proposal. Included in that proposal, there is no outsourcing. If Advantage were to bring their business model to Commerce City, they would be housed in Commerce City by people who live here, as well as employing the homeless population who reside in Commerce City. The program would be not run from Salt Lake, but Commerce City. Physically, geographically, everything about it would be Commerce City. So to reiterate, this is in large part a proposal that is meant to redirect funds that are already being spent on cleanup reactively at this point to a more proactive approach, which employs and empowers homeless populations in order to help them change their lives, move toward gainful employment, and move toward other programs that have higher barriers to entry. This program has a bare minimum barrier to entry. We can employ people who are still homeless, still struggling with addiction and mental illness, and be able to better connect them with other resources they need that they can eventually qualify for that have higher bars to entry. The Chamber will be reaching out to set individual appointments, hopefully with council members, to ask and answer questions, to clarify, and hopefully collaborate to find synergies. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anybody on council have any questions for this speaker? Seeing none, we'll move on to our last virtual speaker, who is going to be Michael Burrell.
Michael, if you're in the meeting, you can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Michael Burrell. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Michael in the meeting.
All righty then. Let's move on to our in-person speakers. And we are going to start with Joy Bishop.
Good evening, council, mayor, and staff. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for all their help the last few weeks. I have found a rental house that I can move into. I'm still trying to put the money end of it together, but I think it's going to all fall together. I have a question tonight that just has kind of got my curiosity going. The change in the speed limit on 60th Avenue is really good. But my question is, why didn't you continue the lower speed on the other side of 685 instead of stopping there at the intersection? Over there, we have a new trucking company that constantly has trucks parked out in the middle of the street trying to turn into their tiny narrow gauge. We have Dollar Tree now, which is causing more traffic in around the Wendy's area. And we also have an ever expanding illegal junkyard down by the railroad tracks that has a lot of traffic in and out of their back gate. So why hasn't the speed limit been reduced on that end of 60th Avenue as well? It's just a curious question to me, because I drive that route several times a week and I see all the congestion there.
Thank you, Ms. Bishop. Will a member of staff please get with Ms. Bishop and answer her questions regarding the speed limit? Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming forward. Would you mind coming back to the podium, Ms. Bishop? Thank you. So can you tell me specifically the area that you're talking about? So it's on the other side of the 11 intersection?
It's the part of 60th Avenue west of 685.
And so I'm not familiar with what 685 is.
685 is the highway there by Walmart.
Gotcha. Okay. And do you know what the speed limit is there?
It's the same as it was over by Pioneer Park, but you reduced the speed there by Pioneer Park, and that's really good. I think it's working really well.
Right. I drove 60th today, actually, and it was nice to see on the road that it said 30 miles per hour. So as you were approaching, you driving down the road, you saw what the speed limit was, which I commend staff for doing that, whoever was responsible. Yes. So I do appreciate that. Yeah, I'm just trying to get a picture of where you're talking about. I think I know what that is now. So it must be relatively higher than on the other side of 685. So thank you for clarifying, and thanks for coming back up to the podium. And thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you. Next will be Steve Douglas, and you're signed up to speak 5 different times this evening. To begin with, you can speak on general citizen communication and ordinance 2450. Please refrain from commenting on resolution 2022-38 or the ECA GID or the ERA GID in your comments.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Steve Douglas, 10970 Unity Parkway, and I'm here for resolution 2022-81, which is the cross sharing with the city and the metropolitan district for 104th and from 104th to 117th. The first 2 times this came to you guys, first was taken off the agenda and then was put back on as on the consent agenda. And then, of course, there was, you guys had a discussion and then it was pulled off because really, I say the details, the devil in the details was not there. Even tonight with this letter addressing how things are funded, especially 112th. Now I know when Oakwood came before the city for 112th widening, They said that this was going to be the Metropolitan District's responsibility and not go to the districts themselves. And that's not true. They even said it in their letter here. There's also two different aggregate mills, 145 and 135 within the Metro District 1 and 2, and those bills have been ratcheted down by 10 mills each over certain periods of times and over 36 years. You know, these are documentations that have been given to all the homeowners that state 36-year period. Analysts reflect to the total build-out and period of 23 years for residential and 19 years for commercial, and a total of mill levy of 45. The other one's 35. There hasn't been a ratchet down of those mills. The galvanization has added to those mills. So, and I do understand the need to widen chambers. Now I know I served at E-470 and they have certain parameters. If a city wants to put an on-ramp and off-ramp on their time, it's responsibility of those cities. And then when the period comes up for the E-470 and their timeline, they will start to refund back to the city for those costs. So this isn't really a true cost. Here we have Buffalo Run Metro District paying $600,000 for an intersection light. I can understand the cost for the intersection for Metro District 1 and 2 for Heartland intersection of $600,000. But as far as the rest, it's going to go for the development to the west. Yes, the city has their obligations as far as sharing the cost, but not at this time until there's agreement with the Metro District. I've sat in those meetings the last 2 weeks. They are not ready. They're not going to have another meeting until next week. So I urge you guys to hold this off and wait until there's a better understanding for the taxpayers who's going to be indebted to this. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you, and we'll be hearing from you later this evening. Next up is going to be Nancy Lapointe.
Good evening, Nancy Lapointe, 14131 East 102nd Avenue, 80022 Foxton Village, or as we now call it, Foxton Village. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, thank you for this opportunity to address you this evening. On October 17, 2022, I arrived at the City Council meeting at approximately 8 p.m., expecting a public hearing on the Commons at 104. I was surprised to find the agenda rearranged and the public hearing was over. Asking the city clerk if there was still an opportunity to speak, I was told I needed to sign up by 6 p.m. The audience was not asked if there were any more comments before moving on to another agenda item. The issue was closed, no more participation, and I blew it. It reminded me of contacting a city council member before the Eberly Place public hearing. I was told this member could not speak with me and to submit anything in writing. Some quasi-judge thing, I was told. I also observed an official from a different commission speak at length in favor of Eberly, while another commissioner was literally cut off from speaking because of his opposition. When did some public officials lose their First Amendment rights while others are allowed free expression? Having been involved in local government before, I certainly am familiar with these scenarios. We claim we want our community members involved in what is happening at Town Hall. We scream for public involvement. We want our residents to be engaged. Often, we don't really mean it. The methods local officials use to obtain public feedback rely solely on one-way communication styles. Robert's rules are inadequate for big issues and complex challenges in today's society. Making large-scale plans, setting priorities, and solving problems requires actual dialogue. How often have you heard the community is apathetic and disinterested in the happenings of Town Hall? Why don't residents attend meetings? How come more people don't speak up? My little area of Commerce City, I don't find apathy and disinterest. On the contrary, the constant building and plans surrounding our HOA keep people talking to each other. Public perspectives on local governments have changed in order to obtain community involvement. What residents perceive can and should be used as a tool to improve one-way communication. The biggest obstacles to community participation in local governments normally sound something like this. The officials tell the public what they are doing. In this example, we'll use the old business school thing as a widget. The officials tell the public how they're going to do the widget. The officials say they have the answers, the knowledge, the skills, et cetera, and the people don't know enough about widgets. The officials give the public a chance to tell the officials what they're thinking about the widget, either because the law requires it, or the officials want the public to like the widget. The officials don't give the public enough time to learn about the widget before having to comment on it, receiving first reactions, ill-informed ideas, and emotional testimony. I would like to submit the rest of my comments to you. See, and I didn't have the 5 minutes from the hearing, so I will submit the rest of my comments in writing. Thank you.
Ma'am, does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? I'd like to clarify, what evening did you say you came here for the Eberly Place?
This would have been your last regular meeting. I believe it was October 17th. And the Commons 104 was up for the first reading. You did have some conversation. I don't see it scheduled for a second reading. So there will be an opportunity to comment on that if I would like. But at this point, my comments are much more general.
And what time did you get here again?
8 p.m.
What's that?
8 p.m.
8 p.m.
during your break.
Okay. Thank you. We'll have staff in the city clerk's office look at the timing on that.
Thank
I
you.
do want to say, though, typically the estimates that are put on agendas like that are strictly that, just estimates based on multitude of factors. The timing of something could be completely different.
I understand, Mr. Mayor.
For instance, one evening we had 3 hours of citizen communication and had no idea we were going to have 3 hours of citizen communication.
Yeah, and
Everything was pushed back.
no one's arguing that your job is not difficult and that hearing us is at best sometimes very cumbersome.
Right. So I
But it is our opportunity to speak to you, and because it's a one-way communication, it normally is our only time to speak with you.
I understand. And I do also would like to clarify the comment regarding the quasi-judicial hearing place that takes place in ex parte communication.
Right.
We receive very good legal advice from our city attorney's office.
I'm sure you do.
That actually is telling us avoid these kind of conversations along the way. So I do appreciate you bringing that up. That's something that we can hopefully look at and see whether or not our processes are being a little bit too stringent on that. But again, appreciate your time, appreciate you coming forward and asking those questions. And
If Mr. Mayor will read the rest of my written comments, I also have addressed the ex parte communication, okay? The best thing that I remember about being in an ex parte communication is that local officials need to be expected to be available to their constituents, whether they're complaining or in favor of something. The mere expression of support or opposition to an issue is something that all public officials need to understand. Just because something is before a hearing does not raise due process concerns unless it is accompanied by substantial factual information. Therefore, it is not an ex parte communication. Thank you.
thank you, ma'am. Before you go, the two other council members wish to ask you questions. Thanks again. Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Huseman. Thank you so much for coming forward. I heard you say that you arrived when you thought the hearing was going to be held, but then you were also told that you would have had to be here at 6 o'clock.
I would have to sign up
sign up
before
for it?
6, I believe it
And so
was
you were denied the ability to speak.
on the Commons. Yes, I was.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I wanted to thank you as well for coming forward tonight. And I was just curious, can she be allowed to finish? Were you finished with reading everything you had? Can she be allowed to finish what she had to say?
You did finish what you had to say, right?
No, sir.
Oh, you had more?
No, that's why I addressed the ex parte with you just now.
Oh.
I would have mentioned it if I had time to go on.
Well, please, go ahead.
Well, I'll skip that paragraph then. Okay. I think we were talking about a widget when I finished, that we didn't have enough time to learn about the widget before having to comment on it. Receiving, normally, firsthand reactions, ill-informed ideas, and also emotional testimony. The other thing people understand or perceive is that officials know that a decision has been made and the widget is approved. The officials are not interested in changing their minds. The best solution for community participation requires some basic knowledge. Neither the officials nor the public are in efforts to undermine the community or the widget. Both the officials and the public know the benefits of bringing together multiple ideas, experiences, and perspectives to form a better widget. Stuck in one-way communication methods, both sides are prevented from being more useful. It's a poor example of our democratic process. We need dialogue, not lectures. More discussion can lead to better understanding and fewer disagreements. The instances I mentioned at the beginning of my testimony could have been easily improved. The public hearing is for the public. Requiring residents to know what they would like to comment before any official presentations is useless. Simply by moving public comment to a later part of a hearing will result in more meaningful input. I have just addressed the additional local officials are expected to be available to hear the concerns and complaints of their constituents, and we must be careful about ex parte communications. Public officials need to find a better balance between due process for developers and the First Amendment interests of the public. Thank you for your attention. I will be available to answer any more questions you may have. Thank you again.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. May I ask, which hearing was this on Everly or?
The hearing for the last meeting was on the Commons at 104.
Okay.
That was the one that I showed up at 8. The other one I was here to comment on and had called a different council member.
All right. Thank you.
I was told I had to submit it in writing.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your time this evening. Thank you for your comments. Thank you all for speaking with us tonight. If follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. Members of the public were able to submit written comments online and by mail. Written comments were received by the deadline and were in the applicant and attached to the agenda. If anyone wishes to speak at a future council meeting, please check the meeting agenda and city website for information on how to register or submit written comments. And move on to proclamations. We have Native American Heritage Month. I'd like to invite Iona Long Soldier, DEI Commission member, to read the proclamation.
All right, thank you. So I just want to start with introducing myself. My name is Iona Long Soldier. And before the proclamation, I'd like to read a land acknowledgement. So why do we recognize the land? So to recognize the land is an expression of gratitude and appreciation to those whose territory you reside on, and a way of honoring the indigenous people who have been living and working on the land since time immemorial. It is important to understand the longstanding history that has brought you to reside on the land and seek to understand your place within that history. Land acknowledgements do not exist in past tense or historical context. Colonialism is a current ongoing process, and we need to build our mindfulness of our present participation. It is also worth noting that acknowledging the land is often an Indigenous protocol. Now, Commerce City has moved to recognize November as Native American Appreciation Month as the first step in this process. We continue to recognize that Commerce City is on the territory of the Lakota, the Ute, the Cheyenne, and the Arapaho. Because invasion, conquest, and dispossession are the historical conditions for its continued existence, Commerce City must commit to supporting Indigenous struggles for decolonization and self-determination. This includes contesting the dismissal of Indigenous knowledge as primitive or superstitious. It includes challenging all stereotypes of Native peoples and being ever more responsive to the needs and demands of Native communities, peoples, and our nations. But it's also important to note that without restorative justice, land acknowledgements are simply performative. But one concrete way towards reconciliation is land back. Now, land back would be more than just our territories and resources being returned. It is about expanding tribal management of our own resources and territories as we know it. Now, it's really important when it comes to our climate justice work. All of us in Commerce City, unfortunately, are linked negatively and closely to the harmful effects of pollution simply by living here. Now, let's remember that Indigenous people are the original caretakers of the land, and we must look to their stewardship to ensure a healthier life for ourselves and those for the next 7 generations. Now, with that being said, I'd like to read the proclamation in full. So whereas the City of Commerce City supports the Native American and Indigenous peoples community and honors their many contributions to the health of the city, Commerce City remains committed to treating all people with fairness and respect. And whereas members of the Commerce City Native American and Indigenous peoples community have always served as valuable members of our country in every capacity. And whereas Native American and Indigenous residents have enriched the diverse community of Commerce City through their participation in city government, the arts, religious and civil institutions, education, and community organizations. And whereas the City of Commerce City believes that all people deserve to be protected from bullying, harassment, discrimination, and health disparities, and convey a clear message that intolerance is not welcome in our community. Now, therefore, be resolved that the City Council of Commerce City hereby declares the month of November 2022 to be Native American Heritage Month in the City of Commerce City and encourages all residents to recognize the contributions made by members of the Native American and Indigenous peoples community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. This time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Councilmember Douglas.
I'd like to make that motion, please.
Councilmember Hurst.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation declaring November as Native American Heritage Month in Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, thank you. Iona, thank you so much for bringing this forward. You and I have been friends for quite a while. I don't know how many years. But for you to bring that forward made it really special. Thank you as well for making sure that you made the land acknowledgement. And that was actually something that I had asked for after first getting on council. And it seems like it kind of fell by the wayside. And I think it's something that we should maybe bring back as a discussion to bring forward. I think the land acknowledgement is very pertinent, and it's something that we need to realize. And reparations, I mean, we have to understand that we took these lands to build this country, and the country was built by people who had no power or say-so in the direction of their lives. And most suffered very violent repercussions from how this country was built. And we need to recognize that. So thank you so much for bringing that forward. I really appreciate it. And thanks for being my friend.
All right, I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Seeing no other requests for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. The motion is going to carry unanimously. Would like to invite council to come forward for a photo with the proclamation. And Ms. Long Soldier, would you please come back up for the photo? All right, next we're going to move on to recognitions. I'd like to invite Chad Redden, Deputy Director of Parks, Recreation, and Golf, to come forward.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. On Sunday, August 21st of this year, a medical emergency arose at the Eagle Point Recreation Center. A patron suffered distress while playing basketball and was having difficulty breathing. He laid down on the floor and staff from the front desk and aquatics responded. Determining he required immediate medical assistance, staff called 911 and began working to monitor his vital signs, but were unable to detect them. City staff applied chest compressions, rescue breathing, and effectively utilized an AED. An AED unit until the patron showed signs of life and became responsive and alert. Shortly after, paramedics arrived and transported the patron to a hospital for treatment. I'm happy to report that the man lived through his frightening incident. Our employees often face decisions where they need to act quickly, but rarely in critical situations such as this. Staff did a tremendous job staying calm, providing care, and successfully saving this individual's life. Whether it was calling 911, crowd control, being ready to perform if called upon, providing chest compressions and rescue breaths, or sitting up and using the AED, all staff involved played an important part in coming to the aid of a community member in this emergency. It is with great pleasure that I present to you the staff who assisted in saving the man's life. Samantha Connolly, Nate Mask, Tanya Romero, Tiffany Setlin, and Norma Arnwine, who cannot be with us tonight.
Thank you all for being here, and thank you for your quick actions and for saving a life. I know that's something that you probably didn't expect to happen that day, but appreciate your quick work and getting that done. Does anybody on council have any comments or questions they'd like to make? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I wanted to thank you all as well for your outstanding work. I was made aware of the situation as well and just wanted to thank you. I know those situations can be scary, so big thanks to you guys and many blessings.
Councilmember Madera?
Just want to say how incredible you guys are. You guys are truly heroes, and someone has their life because of you guys. So, can't say thank you enough. I'm sure, they can't say thank you enough. And, we're really, really privileged to have you guys working for Commerce City and being part of the city. So, thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
I wanted to say thank you as well. It takes a lot of courage and quick thinking to maintain your cool in a very difficult and urgent situation. And for you to do that, that needs to be commended. So thank you so much for being the professionals that you are and caring about this community and making sure that our people are safe. Thank you.
All right, if you'll indulge us, we'd like to do a photo with you. So we'll come on down one more time for a photo.
Hi.
Councilmember Davis, can you go to the, there we go. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you do what you do.
I'm ready. As I ever will.
All right, the next item of agenda is noticed council business. It is regarding abatement of urban encampments. I actually like to just move that entire discussion to the discussion that we're going to have on ordinance 245. Nope, I'm sorry, not that one. Excuse me. On ordinance 2431. I think they're tied together, so had I seen an agenda prior to me requesting the noticed council business, I probably wouldn't have said that. So can I get a motion and a second to amend the agenda to just put those together, Mayor Pro Tem?
I make a motion to amend the agenda stated.
Thank you. Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
Thank you. A motion and a second to amend the agenda, moving the noticed council business for the city policy regarding abatement of urban encampments to have it coincide with the public hearing that is going to take place on ordinance. It's not a public hearing, it's just ordinance 2431. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. We'll just move through that, and we're going to move on to presentations. First up will be the oil and gas monthly update. I would like to invite Dr. Rosemary Russo, Environmental and Sustainability Planner, forward to give the presentation.
Thank you. I'm going to begin tonight with some internal operations and our leading by example initiatives. And so staff has spent the last month spending some time really on data analysis. So we're looking through the reports that were prepared by consultants about the fleet analysis and the facility assessment, and then just basic trash and utility use and costs. And we're doing that with the lens of sustainability to see how we reduce our energy use and reduce costs. And so by working on those databases, it'll put us in a good position as the 2023 infrastructure grants are available. It also put us in a great position for the new energy disclosure law. So a law was passed last year that, as you may know, that any building over 50,000 square feet has to report to the state about their energy use. And so that city has our ducks in a row. And then I also worked on a facts to know for our business community, so they know about what they'll have to do for compliance. We also, the sustainability team and myself, hosted a booth at our health fair. We talked about LEDs and healthy home products. This is just a little example of how, if you are strategic, you can save a lot of money and energy. So for a $100 investment, staff will yield $4,000 in savings. So these are the type of projects that we're looking at the facility and capital projects with. We also did a soft launch of Green Light a Vet campaign, and then we're working on employee challenges for 2023. In terms of the community-wide sustainability efforts, our community survey results are in. The EPACT has come up with draft resolutions and overarching goals. We held a business and industry breakfast workshop We did community meetings to vet EPAC's recommendations, conducted intercept interviews, and then we've begun modeling the recommendations and also continuing our work on low impact development. So these draft resolution ordinance, I'm not going to go into detail because I'm bringing those forward next month and in a study session. But the areas that we're looking at are having EPAC become a permanent committee, renewable electricity transitions, looking at pay-as-you-throw modifications, and hauler reporting. So that came about by looking at the increases in our trash bills that were very significant. And related to that is also a cardboard ban. Other recommendations that EPAC wants to bring forward is anti-idling ordinance, an EV Go ordinance, and then drought tolerant and fire resistant landscape amendments, and then the low impact development amendments as well. So for the drought tolerant and fire resistance, a lot of cities now, because of the wildfires, are looking at their plant list, not just in terms of being drought tolerant, but also which plants are more fire resistant. So we're looking at plants that meet both of those requirements. Another thing that came out of the community survey that I thought was interesting was just the community's preferences. So community members had said that their preferred method to communicate with the city staff anyway was by email, and then the newspaper, Commerce City Connected, and then Facebook. So I thought that was a little surprising. We also had several neighborhood meetings, and we raised the two questions of what are the challenges and what are solutions you see for the city. And the overarching themes were more education, landscape and turf replacement, access to healthy foods, and then more local requirements for regulating our industries. And then so we made sure we had survey results from the entire community. Some of the other issues that came to light was more support for poverty and homelessness, transportation access, and then eliminating barriers for going green. And what people had mentioned was like incentive programs or buying in bulk. So in terms of the key concerns, I've mentioned these before, air quality, water quality, and then food access. In terms of feedback from the business and industry community, they mirrored really the community comments. A lot of it focused in on more education. Republic in particular said we need to have increased information about recycling. The water and wastewater providers said they would really like to work with the city on water conservation campaigns. But there was overall, the business community was supportive of the EPAC recommendations. Oh, and they also had mentioned that they thought incremental approach would be in the business and industry's best interest. So these are some of the goals. Again, I'm not going to go into details about them this evening, but there was overarching goals that that the EPAC came forward with, really related to building energy use and ground transportation, and then mode shifting in our transportation. So we'll bring this in a study session, but at this point we have about 900,000 metric tons of emissions. That's our business as usual. And so what this model will be showing is how if council supports certain recommendations, how we could reduce those in the areas of on-road transportation and then building energy. The waste was a much smaller segment. So the way the model works for a business as usual, so that is assuming we're looking at recommendations that the city can control. So this is not looking at, Suncor or any other industries reductions. Those are things within our own purview. We also, the consultant Lotus did intercept interviews with some business and community leaders. Really, that what came out of the interviews was to make sure we are looking at a balance of economic and social impacts as well as the environmental ones. And then also what was the sort of recurring theme of it was this distrust about the air and water quality in Commerce City. And a lot of residents had expressed concern that we as a city organization don't have full control and stewardship over those resources. Staff workshop, again, it was the theme about education. They were very supportive of the EPAC recommendations. We looked at what different department plans were and how they aligned with some of the EPAC recommendations. So, what we were looking at is, when we do parking lot replacement, are we looking at low impact development? As we replace roofs, are they PV and are things solar ready? And so those, we're coming up with the matrix to make sure that we're all working together and we'll be in a better competitive position for these grants. Switching gears a little for regional and state leadership. There was a group from EPAC, the sustainability team, and just community members, some council joined us as well, from North Glen, Westminster, and Commerce City, and we went on a tour of NREL. We met with some of their grant administrators and talked about their SLED and SLOPE programs. So those are programs that are free. They're technical assistance. I have been a recipient of them at other municipalities. It's a great resource. So we put in an application for Commerce City. But then North Glen and Westminster and Commerce City also discussed how we could work regionally on some of these federal and state grants. Switching gears again to Suncor. So I know this is like an eye chart, but it is in the packets. Over the past month, there was 6 events at Suncor, 7 exceedances. None of them had triggered the community air monitoring, but there was one that had triggered the EPCRA. So the first 6 of these are, permit violations. EPCRA means you went over 500 pounds of emissions in a 24-hour period. So whenever you have an EPCRA violation, it's a little more serious. So we had one for sulfur dioxide. And then for oil and gas, staff, I think I mentioned this in our last presentation, but staff has notified Civitas about the inactive applications for anteater, heron, owl, harlow, and falcon. Civitas didn't respond, so our CD director, Jim Tolbert, has administratively withdrawn those applications. Civitas has been notified. That wells associated with those are 114. So again, the only active sites we have now are the Blue Jay and Pelican. Pelican and Blue Jay, if they are approved, the well count for those are 28 and 18 respectively. There's no new state spacing applications. There's no new well pad state applications as well. And the other news for oil and gas is there were about 15 local air pollution inspectors that went through some training, and I joined them. There's a lot of municipalities that have specific inspectors that are getting trained with oil and gas. They went over some best management practices, so that list is being reviewed in terms of conditions that we could use within Commerce City. So that is my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your information, your presentation as always. Councilmember Noble.
Thank you, Dr. Russo. You've been very busy. Appreciate that. I also appreciate that these applications have been withdrawn now. So that's good news. That doesn't mean, though, that they couldn't reapply. They could still reapply, but they would fall under the new regulations that went into effect in 2020 that also called for city council hearings and no administrative approvals. It's my understanding that Pelican and Blue Jay have had their administrative approvals. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that was a yes. And then the next step would be.
To no?
That's no?
No, ma'am, they're still under review in the process. So the oil and gas permit applications that you saw on the screen are coupled with either a conditional use permit or rezone application as well.
Thank you. That was the next thing I was going to say. But they have received the initial administrative approval, correct?
If you mean for them to come through our doors and to be processed, yes. As far as an actual approval, they have not. That still has not been given.
How do you differentiate between administrative approval and the CUP and zoning? Are you just saying that in order for it to be completely approved, it would require the...
So they still have outstanding information required to be able to meet an administrative approval for those two sites.
Okay, and then the only other one that I think needs to be taken care of is Condor, that a letter needs to be sent. It says in our records that a completeness review is still required. There was a signature missing, and it does seem appropriate that it receive a letter from the city as well regarding the status of that application as to whether they're moving forward or not moving forward. It's certainly been in the hopper for months and months.
So according to the records I have, that was considered incomplete months ago and withdrawn.
Condor was withdrawn?
Right.
If I may, the application was never deemed complete because it did not have the appropriate signatures on it. So it was never deemed complete. So it was never in a spot where it'd ever be reviewed. So, you know.
That's correct.
So you could say it was withdrawn, but we never got a complete application to even act on.
Okay, and I'm only referring to the city's website. So the following list shows information about all active permit applications submitted to the city. So I'm only suggesting that the circle needs to be closed on this so that it is removed from the website or an explanation is made. You understand what that's all I'm saying. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Huesman. Thank you for the presentation, Dr. Russo. It was very informative. I want to congratulate you on the work that you've done with the citizens of the community, the residents of the community, on the EPAC project that you've executed. And I would really recommend it to staff that we make this a permanent commission or whatever, however it needs to be structured. But I'd like to see it ongoing. I've heard nothing but good comments about you and your interaction with the participants. So they really appreciate the work that you've done and how sincere you are about your work and moving that forward. I did have a question on, so you mentioned some weights of, I guess, pollution, and maybe you could explain the difference between like VOCs and NOx. I've heard those expressions, and then you said something about pounds and tons. Could you explain how those are measured, and then maybe give us some insight on what we might expect if we are to encounter drilling here? How much pollution are we going to expect or anticipate to encounter if something like that happens?
Okay. So usually when you're talking about greenhouse gas or carbon, you're talking about metric tons. And so that modeling slide showed metric tons. When you're talking about different facilities or even Suncor, so not to single out Suncor, it's any industrial facility, usually their permit will allow them a certain amount of SOx or NOx, so sulfur dioxide or nitrogen dioxide. VOCs are volatile organic compounds, and those three, NOx, SOx, and VOCs, is what makes ground level ozone. So those are all the compounds that exacerbate respiratory issues. With oil and gas, you know, the numbers, there's different numbers that, you know, the state has, and as oil and gas gets cited in different areas, the average that people are saying now with a certain well is like 6 tons per well. And so if I think our estimate for Pelican and Blue Jay is like 46, and so 46 times 6, like almost 300 tons of NOx would be what we could expect. So to put it in perspective, Suncor is the leading emitter of NOx, and it's about 600. And then Cherokee, even though they're not in our community, we experience a lot of their NOx pollution. They're at about 400 tons. And so this would be the third emitter in that scenario for NOx. And so there are a lot of variables, you know, if they're using electric equipment, like electric versus diesel, are they using, you know, power, you know, off the grid? And so it's hard to predict. And a lot of facilities actually just estimate what their emissions are. And that's why with some facilities, they have to have fence line monitoring to make sure what they're estimating is ground truth. But that.
So the 46 tons, is that over the lifetime of an individual well, or?
No, so there's 46 wells. It's like, so there was just a Colorado Oil and Gas meeting about what is the average. So the average is like 6 tons per year per well. So you got to go 46 times 6. So that's like, sorry, it's close to 300. I think 296. 276. Thank you. That's why I went to law school. I'm a little math challenged. So 300, close to 300.
All right. So it seems like a lot. Yeah. And that affects our respiratory system?
Yeah, NOx and SOx are the two, and VOCs, but VOCs to a much lesser degree are what affects respiratory. And also there is like a correlation with heart conditions as well for increases in NOx and SOx. And those are the precursors to ozone. So we're in a non-attainment area for ozone. So, you know, in addition to the health effects, there's also the environmental effects.
And does this have anything to do with like benzene, which I've heard causes cancer?
Benzene is a VOC. So VOCs is like an umbrella for volatile organic compounds. So VOCs is really sort of that new car smell. And VOCs, it's in a lot of things, like anything that's like pre-manufactured, like this desk, if it has like resins in it, VOCs will be emitted. And so what you try to do is really reduce those however you can. So at the health fair, that was one of the things we were talking about, is indoor air quality and how you reduce VOCs within your homes. And so there's a lot of different strategies. And when EPAC brings forward some of their recommendations, we'll go into more detail about that.
Thank you for the information. It clarifies things just a little bit for me, but yeah, there's a lot to learn here. One of my concerns too with the potential fracking or drilling that's coming in, do you know where they're going to get their water from? And they use like millions of gallons of water for each well. And we're in a drought, and, you know, I know I just went to the AdCog dinner, Thornton hosted it, and they were having huge problems with water. And that's another one of my concerns. And I don't know if you have the answer for it right now, but if you could bring that back later, if you don't have the answer, I'd really appreciate it.
South Adams did verify that they are not providing fresh water for production. And so I'll have to go back and look at the application if they detail it out, because they need to use fresh water for the drilling, because you don't want it, you can't use water that might have any kind of like explosive chemicals in them because of the pressure. And so you need fresh water to do the production.
Okay, if you could look into that, I'd really appreciate it. That's all I have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Russo, for your presentation as well. Had a few questions. The first one, on slide 7, I was just curious, who monitors the South Adams Water County and sanitation? Who monitors that water? Because you mentioned they had more inspections, so I was just curious to adding on to that, what was done.
Could you repeat that?
Yeah, on slide 7, you mentioned there was monitoring done by the South Adams County Water and Sanitation. So I wanted to know who oversees that monitoring, and it said more inspections were conducted?
Oh, no, those are what EPAC was recommending, that there are more inspections of that. A lot of the EPAC members so the state is the regulator for water quality. And so what the EPAC and some community members were interested in is the city itself doing additional monitoring.
Okay, so are they doing any additional monitoring then, or?
No, we don't do any water monitoring.
No, I mean, but is there anyone that oversees the South Adams County water monitoring?
The state does, so CDPHE does.
Okay, and that we're aware of in Commerce City or with South Adams Water, has anything needed to be fixed?
Well, what needs to be addressed is the PFAS and PFOS. What they're doing right now is just diluting the water by buying Denver water, but they are trying to apply for grants because that treatment system is very expensive. It's millions of dollars.
Okay. So do we know, is there going to be funding available for this? Or?
There is, under the Infrastructure Act and under the Anti-Inflation Act, there is funding available. And, you know, I have had conversations with South Adams that we'd be happy to write letters of support.
Okay, yeah, I would hope, you know, that's a continuous effort that we continue, you know, to work on. And then also on slide 12, you mentioned that like there's a 20% mode shift possibly by the year 2030, which is 7 years from now. So I was just curious, but, you know, by the end of the year, that'll be like 45 days. And then I was thinking, what does the mayor and city council have to do? Like, what do you feel is necessary for us to get more bike lanes in Commerce City? Because like there's none on 104th, there's none on Tower, 96 Chambers, because I don't understand why we can't start now doing that, working towards that.
I completely agree. I think bike lanes are an excellent idea. There's safe routes to school grants. I had started on one, but we missed the fall deadline, but there's another one in the spring. And, you know, when I started the presentation talking about the facility assessment and the capital projects, by looking at those projects, you know, that's the time when we're expanding these highways and streets to put in protected lanes or at least striping. Another thing the city could do is what other municipalities have done are doing group buys for, say, EVs to bring the cost down, or doing grants for the infrastructure again.
Okay. All right, because, yeah, I do think it's sad that, Commerce City is usually like last to follow other cities, because, for example, like if you go to Boulder, there's several bike lanes throughout the whole city, and you don't hear about any cyclists being killed or anything in Boulder. So, that's something I hope that we can move on forward with. And then since the EPAC sustainability team and community members toured the National Renewable Energy Lab, can they tour Vulcan City? Do you know, is it possible for Commerce City to tour Boulder and look at, how their area is and expand from that?
That's a great idea. And the NREL application that we put in is called C2C. So it's community to community. So really what that grant is about is like looking at a city that you aspire to be like in some aspects. So if there's like a tree city, you go to that community and communities, and you get technical assistance from NREL scientists. But that's the whole intent on that one.
Mm-hmm.
One other comment about if we could go back to the PFAS, PFOS, in addition to like sort of traditional treatment, there's also great pilots going on about working on remediation of stream beds. And so there's all this work going on with mycelium, mushrooms that take up petroleum and take up some chemicals, and that's sort of a low green infrastructure way to address. So some of those pilots are another way to do it, less costly.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yes, good evening. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate your effort and being prepared to answer tough questions too. When we were talking about air quality impacts, every single time I don't quite understand how we can talk about Cherokee, but we're not talking about the third busiest airport in the country, which has, lead-based fuel. All aviation fuel is lead-based. The particulate matter from that within a 6-mile range is 15 times higher than anywhere else. We're at the Reunion Coffee House is 6 miles from the airport. And so the North Range is definitely being sitting right under the flight path with plenty of particulate matter coming off of that. But I understand the way that air quality impacts are judged. That goes to Denver City and County.
But
Denver City and County isn't under any of the flight paths though. And so that is a tough discussion for me to have when we hear, the impacts that we're feeling as a city. But quite honestly, from the North Range, the largest impact's not even discussed.
Well, it's funny because this morning I did send an email to, after the NREL tour, they were talking about sustainable fuel pilots. And so I did reach out to Jeff at who does those exceedance reports. He posts them, and I asked him if Suncor had any relationships with NREL, because I think addressing this jet fuel is important for the entire state and us in particular. One of the other issues that came up, or recommendations that came up from EPAC, is actually working with the airport to do carbon offsets. So when people fly, to come up with a program where they can fund some of these like pilot, projects that I was talking to Councilman.
Yeah, just to clarify my questions, I'm not in any way saying that we should shut down the airport. It's just understanding the overall impacts, I think is very important. And when we look at the maps and the impacts, it's always mapped under Denver City and County. Yeah. And I'm not knocking them, but at the same time, it's, the flight paths go over Brighton, they go over Bennett, they go over Commerce City. And those are where the impacts are felt from those particulate matter, coming off the jet engines. The other question that I had that I would just ask as a request is during the, sorry, I had it in my notes. During the discussion about sustainability, the sustainability study that you guys have been very successful engaging our community in, I think a pretty significant piece of our community where people work is the industrial areas in Commerce City. So can we find at least 15% of those respondents come from an industrial representation? Because I think the future of our city is also dependent on the success of the businesses here.
Okay.
And there's quite a bit of effort to make a positive green impact in a lot of those businesses that we can learn from, because they're implementing those ideas now by their own company policy and not by force.
Yeah, you know, the invitation for the industry and business went out, I think, to over 100 businesses. And really the representatives that came were really, it seemed like they were, a lot were from like water and waste. And so we'll definitely reach out and make sure we have more impact from them, more insight from them.
Councilmember Kim.
Hey, Dr. Rousseau, new guy here. Nice to meet you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Just a comment and a couple of questions too. So yesterday I took a drive down 56 in Brighton, right by the Riverside Cemetery, decided to go check out the old cemetery and all. And of course, right by there was the Suncor, I think the visitor center or whatever it is. It's probably about 1 or 2 in the afternoon. The odor was strong. I don't know if you're aware of that or if anybody has reported that to you at all, but just want to throw that comment out at you. And part of my ignorance on this too, just kind of wondering, residents who reside in that area now, have you received any form of input, potentially maybe from local hospitals or whatever the case is, of people coming in with respiratory issues that may be caused by, I guess, the natural gases coming out from that area?
We haven't received any input from hospitals or health clinics about the issue. It's really hard for any of the medical professionals to make that connection, because there's cumulative effects of, the airport and other industries. One of the recommendations from an EPAC member who, she also serves as the director of nursing now, I think, for the Adams County Health Board. One of her recommendations was to do a study on biomarkers of community members. And those kind of studies, those are like blood or saliva studies, they're more accurate at trying to connect a health impact with a certain pollutant. So I'm not sure how expensive those type of studies are, but that will be in the recommendations that come forward in the sustainability plan next month.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make the point about water, is that the question has been posed to South Adams Water and Sanitation District before. They are not providing the water for oil and gas. It is some other source that is providing the water for any oil and gas activity in Commerce City. Proposed activity in Commerce City.
Councilmember Hurst.
I was going to say this for council business, but I don't have the paperwork ready tonight, but by next meeting, I'll have it submitted. That I talked to Abe, the South Adams County Water and Sanitation District director at the Fall Fest for, I don't know, 45 minutes maybe. And I would really like them to come in and have a discussion with us at a study session or open meeting, I don't care. But I think a study session makes the most sense. We had some enlightening conversations, some that you covered tonight, and some that I think they would be prepared to ask questions. And maybe that's the appropriate way to do it, is if we have questions, send it to them beforehand. So they come prepared to answer those questions, and then prepare, their spiel as well, what they're working on, what's going good, what's going bad, and how we can help them secure these grants, if you will, to try to fix the PFAS and PFOA. But I just found out that they spent $2 million of the PFAS mitigation fund money that they were granted to purchase Denver water to do that dilution. So I think that is something that we should be sharing with the community. That was complete news to me that I may have just missed, but I think it's probably a good idea for us all to get on the same page with them.
Yeah, we did post it on the website. So the website now under environment and sustainability, there's some new pages. And so we did post that so residents would know, and also put some information about what people could do within their homes or businesses about the reverse osmosis.
Okay, thank you again, ma'am. Appreciate your time, your work as always. We're going to move on to
Thank you.
our next presentation, which is to meet the new interns for the City of Commerce City. I'll invite Doreen Alkin, Human Resources Manager, forward to introduce the interns.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My comments will be brief, but there is additional information included in a memo for you. I am pleased to introduce the interns that we are hosting this semester. We have Cassandra with the City Manager's Office, Bieni with Community Development, and Joanna with Human Resources. They are all three from Prairie View High School. And they have been enjoying the last few weeks with us, and we have just a couple weeks left. And we just wanted to take the opportunity for you all to get to see them and meet them. We will be hosting a presentation for them, and you all are welcome to attend. We will send a formal invitation as well on the 28th of November from 2 to 4 p.m., where they'll have an opportunity to do a presentation that is closely related to both department and city council goals as well. That is all I have for you. Do you each want to come up so they can put a face to the name and just say your name? I'll let you go first.
Good evening, I'm Joanna.
I'm Bieni.
I'm Cassandra.
Any questions for us?
Councilmember Dare.
Well, first of all, welcome and congratulations on being selected. I read the memo that you guys went through some interviews and we're the three that were selected out of everyone who applied. So, that's something to really be proud of. And, I just want to know what has been the most interesting or challenging thing that you've experienced in your internship so far?
I think interesting is about learning about different perspective of the city. Like for me, it's community development. So I'm learning a lot details about that.
Something interesting for me is giving me the personal life experience that I'm able to get at this young age, and giving me the experience that I expect as what I want to do in my future career.
I mostly just find figuring out how the city works pretty interesting.
It's fantastic. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would also like to congratulate you, and I just think this is spectacular. Brought forward the internship program through Prairie View High School, starting with Adams County, and I'm so glad to see it here in Commerce City. And I'm just so proud of what you're doing. So congratulations, and I know it's hard work, but you seem like you're up to the task. So thank you so much for participating in this program. Oh, and I think you came through Jean Schneider, who is she has done phenomenal work at Prairie View High School. So take that back to her and tell her that she was mentioned at City Council, because if it wasn't for Jean, you wouldn't be here tonight. So she has done incredible work, and she needs to be recognized for that. Thank you.
All right, thank you all for being here. Thank you very much for joining the internship program with City of Commerce City. Congratulations on being selected, and look forward to hearing what you thought of the overall experience at the end of your time here. Thank you, ma'am. All right, next up is the SWAT Bearcat overview. Before I invite Mr. Dominic, Emergency Manager, forward to give the presentation, Councilmember, or Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a comment you wish to make?
I was going to ask if I can go ahead and make a motion prior to the presentation.
Yeah, my question, this would actually require a budget appropriation that would need to come before us future time, right?
That is correct.
So if we wanted to vote on this evening, then the motion would be to draft a budget appropriation for purchase.
That is correct.
Great.
Okay. So I wanted to make a motion to buy the Bearcat, which is option 1 in the presentation, and amend the budget. Right? Is that?
So your motion is to direct staff to prepare a budget appropriation for the purchase of a Bearcat in the 2022 year and reappropriate funds for that purchase?
Correct. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I have a motion to do that. Is there a second? Councilmember Kim?
I would second.
I have a motion and a second directing staff to prepare a budget appropriation for the purchase of a Bearcat in the 2022 fiscal year and to reappropriate funds for the purchase thereof. Is there any discussion? Seeing no, Councilmember Noble?
Yes, I wanted to know what was going to happen with the MRAP. I am totally in favor of ensuring the safety of our law enforcement officers, but at the same time, these are military-style vehicles, and I just wondered if Commerce City sees a need to have 2. And the claim was that the MRAP doesn't fit in enough situations. So at that point, wouldn't it be considered obsolete and should be sold or traded in or whatever you might do with an MRAP?
I can answer that question. Once we do receive the Bearcat, then we'll reevaluate the need for both vehicles. It is probably likely at that time, the executive staff will make a determination to get rid of or turn in the MRAP. And come January 1st, there'll be a lot more requirements put on by the federal government for the use of the MRAP. So you are correct. It does not, in about 33% of the callouts that we've had in the last year, the MRAP was not able to fit. So basically our SWAT operators had 33% of the time no armor to protect them.
And the MRAP is basically a modified armored vehicle of the military?
Let me.
Is that something that the federal government gave to us as a gift?
If you can put my presentation on there, I can show what the MRAP looks like. So the vehicle right there on your left that's an MRAP. You can see it's a military style vehicle. It's made for off-road combat situations. It's not an urban assault vehicle. It's made for it's a mine-resistant ambush protecting vehicle. So you have like maybe a crew of 4 or 6 it's designed to protect the crew if they came across the mine. Okay, it's not designed for an urban environment. So you can see the size difference of the 2 vehicles. The Bearcat that we're looking at has a turning radius of 39 feet, which is kind of like my F-250 truck. It's pretty good. Another advantage of the Bearcat over the MRAP is anybody can drive it with just a little training. So in an instance, let's say we had a situation where we had a sniper and we had people down, we can't get to them. The MRAP would be, or the Bearcat would be a prime vehicle to be able to go in there, do a body extraction and start treating the patient and take them to a medical treatment area where you couldn't do that with the MRAP. It's just too big. And this is what our MRAP looks like. So when you look at it, it's big, it's tall. The back door right here, you can see one person's coming out at a time and you can't come out very quick. It's so tall. And this is the other, the captain's side and the driver's side. So you can see on the driver's side right here, it's a hard door to open up, very heavy. And there's no way you're getting out of that vehicle in a very quick manner. So that's just pictures of the MRAP there.
Thank you.
if I might try and directly answer your question, other than a cyclone bomb blizzard like we all had a few years ago, I see very little utility in the MRAP, and we are exploring just giving it back to the federal government if we get the Bearcat. We have to assess whether a weather emergency, for example, where we have people stranded on the interstates, might warrant keeping it for that rare occasion, but I'm not convinced that there is a utility for that.
And so it came into our possession as a gift from the federal government?
Yeah, the federal government has a program, I forget the number,
It's 1033 program.
1033. And you can request surplus military equipment if you think it has utility for public safety use. So a lot of departments got MRAPs that weren't just abandoned over in the sandbox after we left the war. And we've already described in detail their lack of utility for us.
Thank you very much.
All right, I have a motion and a second to direct staff to prepare the budget appropriation for the purchase of a Bearcat in the 2022 calendar year and to appropriate funds thereof for that purchase. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. And if you're needing to dispose of the MRAP, I'm more than happy to take it to relive the glory days. I think that would be a great vehicle for some photography adventures in the mountains and stuff. So just throwing out ideas. All right, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, or non-controversial. These items are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 3 items listed under the consent agenda. Does anybody on council wish to remove an item off the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as presented. Councilmember Madera.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as presented. Will the city clerk please read the titles and take a roll call vote?
Minutes of the October 17th, 2022 regular meeting, minutes of the October 24th, 2022 regular meeting, ordinance Z-983-22, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the city of Commerce City, Colorado by rezoning the property generally located at the northeast corner of East 48th Avenue and Ivy Street from Agricultural District AG to Medium Intensity Industrial District I2. Your vote is open.
All right, consent agenda passes unanimously, 8-0 with 1 excused absence. Going to move on to public hearings. Our public hearing is on Resolution 2022-38 for the 2023 budget adoption. This public hearing was continued from October 17, 2022. I will remind council of the following: to use the public hearing only to ask questions and gather facts, but not express opinions or indicate how you will vote. Council members are not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. This time, I would like to invite Mr. Hayter to address the council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, I'd like to ask all members of the City Council, pardon me, if there is any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing. For the record reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. This time, I'm going to reopen the public hearing. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Councilmember Noble.
There were a lot of great points made tonight with regards to this project and moving forward on this project. And I have asked before, what the challenges are and how it affects
Ma'am,
Union Metro District.
I hate to interrupt you, but we're not talking about the Chambers Boulevard or Chambers Road right now. We're talking about the public hearing for the 2023 budget adoption.
Oh, boy, am I dumb.
I wouldn't say that. I think you read ahead a little bit in there.
I did. I skipped ahead a page. Okay, can you just hold that thought and save it about 10 minutes? Thanks, everybody.
Okay, are there any questions for staff regarding the 2023 city budget? Seeing none, doesn't look like anybody registered to speak virtually and nobody submitted written comments, but we will recognize Steve Douglas, who registered to speak in person. Please come forward, give your name and address for the record, and keep your comments limited to 3 minutes if you would so kindly.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. Steve Douglas, 10970 Unity Parkway. And just looking at the 2023 Capital Improvement Preservation Program and looking at approved projects, but I don't see the Cinderella bonds in there. Are they part of this? I don't see where they're at unless was in the extended version. I had
Let me
asked.
pause you there if you don't mind. Let me pause you there. Can you pause this timer? Can you answer that question?
Thank you, Mayor. They are not part of the 2023 budget. They were appropriated under a separate action by council in March of this year.
Okay, so where on the budget does it show if in fact dollars are spent in 2023 from what was allocated? How is that going to be paid back, and where? I know what the financial sources are, but how is that going to be paid back? Where exactly in the budget does it show that?
Thank you for your question. Because they were appropriated in 2022 and part of our capital improvement and preservation plan, those by charter, those dollars carry over in the CIPP program. So those dollars are appropriated already and will continue to carry until those funds are spent. Where you will see us paying for them is in the debt service fund. We transfer money out of the general fund into the debt service fund to be able to repay the principal and interest on that debt. And that is incorporated as part of the 23 budget.
Okay, and what's that total dollar amount that was allocated for the Cinderella bonds?
If you'll bear with me just one moment. So on the source and use document, it does show that the debt service for the series 2022 A, B, and C is just over 6.7 million. That's a transfer from general fund to the debt service fund.
Okay. All right, thank you. Now, I had asked a couple months ago, and I had not received any feedback from the Carver City staff about the widening of Tower northbound lanes. And I know that Legato has put lanes in as far as merging on Tower. And then those are long mergings, and they merge back, and then again, you right in, right turn, right in, right out lanes. And they're fairly extended, but like I said, as far as this budget, is there any room to budget for next year to actually finish those lanes between 88th and 96?
I think that conversation, so if I may, sir, when we think about the upcoming capital improvement preservation program for 2024, if there is an interest by the council for us to evaluate the completion of that section of road against other capital infrastructure needs, we would evaluate that against our adopted criteria. But we would look for input from our council in support of that consideration, or for us to consider that as part of some of the other priorities that have been identified for our 5-year CIPP.
Okay, because I know the 2K project was approved, and if there's any, far as built out, and the fact that you're having one developer develop that whole regional side. That should have triggered them to actually build that third lane and the city to refund them for their cost. And this would be an opportunity too, that's coming up with Chambers and 112th as far as putting a package together when Tower Roads expand to include Chambers as well, so you can get a better bid on the project. So I didn't know if that was going to be part of the 2023, because right now it's not going to be in 2022. So that's all I have.
Thanks, sir. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thanks.
No other speakers registered to speak, Mr. Gibson?
No, Mayor, they did not.
Thank you. At this time, I will close the public hearing. And I am looking for a motion and a second to adopt a resolution 2022-38. Councilmember Madera.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2022-38 and adopting the 2023 city budget for the city of Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I was just curious too, in that budget, is there included anything in there for crosswalks and bike lanes?
It is my understanding, ma'am, that as part of the CIPP, we have identified core city improvements. Those core city improvements are looking at the additions of bike lanes, sidewalks, crosswalks, other potential pedestrian features. But I'm looking to Public Works to confirm my but that is my understanding of the preliminary list. We did not have a specific list, but that was generally what we've utilized in the past has been the core city improvements for sidewalks, crosswalks, and things of the sorts to minimize pedestrian/vehicular conflicts. They're looking at that as a more specific response to you, ma'am. One moment.
Thank you, because I would like to, a yes or no, I would like to see that in, I thought we said in the budget for next year.
All right, while we wait on that answer, we'll move over to Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last time we discussed this, one of the discussions that arose in the discussion, how many times can you put that one word in one sentence? One of the questions that was brought up was additional EV charging stations. It also came to light that citizens are currently not being charged for these EV systems, and I'm not anti-EV, but I am kind of anti the idea that we ought to give the folks that are driving electric cars a participation trophy, if you will, by giving them free energy. How do you explain that to all the other citizens in Commerce City that don't have electric vehicles? So that question was never answered because it was asked by Sean Ford that night to investigate and see how we would go about charging for that. Never heard anything else back from it. Now we're wanting to vote on this. And that is a question that I feel pretty strongly about as well. That's all I've got.
So I'll tackle that one for you, sir. With respect to charging or not charging for EV stations. I think it's more of a policy and a philosophical conversation, and obviously that determination by the council. The relevance to the impact of the budget doesn't reside here tonight, because we would have to make any of those adjustments as it relates to potential new revenue that would be coming in the offset of that. And that would be reflected as we're going through that budget year. That being said, if there is a discussion or a determination for us to want to truly move forward with some form of pay-as-you-go for charging your EV station, we would have to go through an analysis of what that usage looks like, what's in respect to market conditions, and then ultimately at that time, what fee the council, because we would have to bring a fee schedule forward to you all to reflect that recommendation and or decision that you all would take. So those would be the steps that we would have to come before you.
Thank you very much.
Mike McGoldrick, CIP manager. In reference to the question about what project we have coming up that will have sidewalks as part of them and pedestrian facilities, we do have a design project currently underway for Colorado Boulevard, 68th to 70th. And in the budget for 23, we have one for 68th Avenue going from Colorado over to Brighton. So those are a couple of the projects we do have going forward with sidewalk pedestrian improvements. Also 64th and 62nd in Holly, there'll be some pedestrian improvements included with the intersection improvements we're proposing there.
But is there nothing on the budget for the north then?
Not at this moment, ma'am.
Because I thought we had requested that, especially with all the accidents going on and, the risk.
Well, we have the 96th Avenue widening project from Chambers to Tower is also under design as part of the 2K Cinderella Bond projects, and that will have sidewalks the full length of it. Mm-hmm. And as I think we have the portable signals are up and functioning, and we're working on getting the span wire interim signals going as well. All will improve pedestrian safety, but the overall project for 96th Avenue probably be into 24 before that is constructed.
24, 2000. So no new projects, and you're saying is for no new projects. They're all, you mentioned all ones in process, but also I'm curious, what about the solar stop signs as well for addressing the safety? Wasn't that also in the budget also for next year?
That is correct. There is a dollar amount to account for staff going out and conducting a study of potential intersections that would warrant that.
Okay, well, I thought we already had a bunch of studies, and we did also agree that there was money in the budget during the study session for more study signs, or for more stop signs, because I thought the study was already conducted.
Mr. Wilson was correcting me that back on September 12th, you all approved funding to the establishment and the development of a policy that we would then be able to apply on a case-by-case basis to intersections that were deemed warranted for a flashing stop sign.
Well, like I said, I don't know. It's just frustrating to me that we keep getting these studies and the residents continuously reach out to us daily. So we're trying to prevent something before it happens, like an accident. So this is something that I thought was going to be addressed, and that was already approved in the budget. I made the motion, but I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
All right, I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-38. Is there any other discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title?
Resolution 2022-38, a resolution adopting the budget for the City of Commerce City, Colorado for the year 2023 and providing for the 2022 Commerce City tax levy.
All right, I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-38. The title has been written. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously 8-0 with one excused absence. I think this is a good time for a bio break. We're going to recess for 15 minutes. Mr. Kim, we'd like to get started again.
Councilmember Kim.
All right, we're going to reconvene the meeting. Going to move on to resolutions. First is Resolution 2022-81, authorizing an agreement to share costs for road improvements with the Reunion Metro District. I'll invite Chris Hodel, Development Review Manager, and Michael McGoldrick, CIP Manager, to introduce the item.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. The presentation I have tonight is pretty similar to the one I did 2 weeks ago on the same issue when this was continued, but I will go through it all again just to make sure everybody gets to see it from start to finish, and including Councilmember Kim, who's new to it. So we'll start. So I'll go through the purpose and need, the project area, the agreement itself, and the cost sharing table to describe how this is proposed to go. So the purpose and need, as you're all familiar with, we have a lot of development going on in the area, northern part of the city, and the traffic continues to increase on Chambers Road. So we're proposing to widen it to the 4-lane divided road that's called for in our master plan. That's a minor arterial. The city and the Metro District are pursuing the widening specifically from 105th, which is the King Soopers entrance, to 116th. And we will also be adding a signal at 117th. So this will connect the dots, so it will be a 4-lane road all the way from 104th up to 120th, continuous the full way. The cost sharing agreement we're here to discuss, that will determine the portion of the cost for right-of-way acquisition, design, construction that are allotted to the city and to the district, and how that's determined. So this just highlights exactly where we're looking at. This is Chambers Road. North is to the right. 104th, it starts, as I said earlier, a little bit north of 104th, continues all the way to 116th, and then I've highlighted independently the signal at 117th. So for the terms of the agreement, we call the south or the shared road improvements. Those are the aspects of the project that are south of 112th. Then the north or the city road improvements are north of 112th, including the signal at 117th. The property on the north side, it does not, the roadway is not abutted by Reunion property at that point. So those are going to be, that's why they're called city road improvements, because they're at our cost, as I'll show you in a sec. And the elements, as I mentioned earlier, the right-of-way acquisition, their design, and that includes the Second Creek Bridge and the Carton pedestrian crossing, construction, as well as operation and maintenance. So this is a table of the total costs. These are based on an estimate provided by Reunion Metro District. City staff has confirmed these costs, so we believe they are reasonable. The total cost to the city, summed it all up, is a little bit under 16.9 million, where the Reunion share is just over 12.9. This exhibit shows how costs were broken up, and I've only shown the exhibit for south of 112th because north of 112th, as I mentioned earlier, is all city costs. So in blue, we highlight areas that are city costs, where we are city property or previously developed properties adjacent to the roads. The red is Reunion costs, where their property is adjacent to the road. The green is shared costs, such as the bridge over Second Creek, and the orange or pumpkin or whatever that is drainage, and that's split up 74% to the Reunion, 26% to the city, based on tributary area to that drainage system. The funding sources we're looking toward to fund this project, 13.4 million comes out of the 2K Cinderella bonds. Then we have 2.9 million that we're looking to come out of either 2K contingency or Cinderella fund savings. We're still working through exactly where we get that in which particular fund, but we have that, those are the options we're considering. And then 600,000 is from the Buffalo Run Metro District towards the signal. So that's the presentation I have. I'm happy here to take questions, and I have Chris O'Dill, our Development Review Manager, to help answer as well.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate that presentation. Does anybody on council have any questions for our staff? Councilmember Noble.
This was advertised as a Chambers Road project, but in fact, it's going to be 112th over to the Second Creek Bridge, correct?
No, it'll be the widening of Chambers Road. The south end of it is 105th.
Okay, what is the Second Creek Bridge?
Chambers Road crosses Second Creek between 112th and 105th. And so we'll be replacing the existing bridge there now.
Okay, I know the bridge you're talking about. All
Okay.
right. It's your maps are north-south? I mean, east-west when we're talking about a north-south road. And I'm not sure why you chose to do that.
Because of the orientation, it would have been squeezed if we went north-south, but I'm sorry for that confusion.
Okay, yeah, that is. Thank you.
Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to confirm here, I know you just mentioned that the Reunion Metro District's the one that came up with the cost, and the city staff is actually the ones that said they look comparable as to what the city shows. Can you provide what kind of metrics, or I mean, how did the city come across saying that the amount that Reunion Metro District provided is actually a fair and reasonable amount?
Chris O'Dill has a better sense to answer that.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Our staff looks at CDOT unit costs as well as information that is constantly coming in from developers. We're verifying those numbers as well as developers enter into development agreements. We verify those unit costs. So these values that were presented to us were in line with what we expected.
Okay. So I guess my next question would be is to ask under the cost share agreement on page 25, I think it was. Give me one sec. I think it was item A5 regarding traffic control would cost $1 million. And then on top of that, you're talking on item A9 for a traffic signal costing $600,000. Are you telling me that is actually comparable to what the rest of other cities pay?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So I guess my other question then is on page 29 under the soft costs, Reunion only talking about engineering and the survey costs. So I think the engineering survey cost was $701,000 in the construction management and $525,000 totaling $1.2 million. Are you saying that's also comparable?
Yes, we have verified these numbers.
Okay. So then I guess my other two questions I have is within the packet as far as the cost agreement, why couldn't the city just pay for something like this for this project, since it is a commonly used road by not just within Reunion Metro District, but also across the city?
Yeah. Ordinarily, since this is an arterial road, this is the responsibility of the city to bear the cost of. But a decision was made that we could enter into a partnership with Reunion Metro District that would help ease the burden.
Okay, so going back to the cost, as far as the estimated cost that you're saying that the city staff has actually agreed to upon and all, in section DI, it states in there, says any, where was it? Sorry, not section DI. It was in bidding and contracting, paragraph 2A. Upon completion of design work, Reunion shall solicit bids for the construction of the shared road improvements and the city road improvements in accordance with the statutory public bidding requirements. So is what Reunion Metro District bringing forward, is that just a rough order magnitude, or is that truly the actual cost that it will, that they think that the city will, that the city would incur, including Reunion Metro District?
I'm not sure I understand the question fully.
So when this entire packet came forward, right?
Correct.
As you go back, if you go back to the numbers as well, as far as, you know, what the total would be, the cost that was in there, you're saying that the city staff has already done their review, has done their comparable check to make sure that, yep, it does make sense as to the amount that it would actually require to make this happen, right? But under section 2, under the bidding and contracting, they're saying that the Reunion Metro District will actually start soliciting bids from there. So I guess my question is, how?
Yeah.
Let me go ahead.
Yeah, this is for budgeting purposes. There will be an effort to obtain bids from contractors to actually do the work. But this is the budget that we need to live with.
So the other question too is, I think the other part too I have is regarding the other the sub districts, right? So districts 1, 2, and 3, and I think 1, 2, and 3 were the only ones that were identified to help with the share of the cost. Has communication already been made with the different metro districts? And if so, what was the outcome from those?
I have
Were they
not.
in agreement with it, or were they not in agreement with it?
That might be a better question suited for Ms. Bear or Mr. Hayes.
Yes, the Reunion Metro District will be presenting information after staff has answered questions.
Copy that. I'll hold on those questions. Thank you.
If I may, Mayor, very quickly, Chris, if you could expound, what % drawings has the city been reviewing to prepare the cost estimate?
They are approximately 50% design, and that section between 105th and 112th is at 50%. It's significantly less for the areas north. JR Engineering, the Reunion Metro District engineer, has just started that process.
So when city staff does their actual review of the cost, who are they using outside? Are you guys using anybody outside to?
No, this is internal.
This is internal.
Yes.
So it's city staff that are experts to determine as far as what the costs would actually be for the city to pay for. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Our city attorney just reminded me that our city staff are experts in this field and in engineering and cost estimating.
Councilmember Madera.
So we've been talking a lot about the Metro District side of things, but we haven't really talked about the Cinderella bonds and the city portion. So how are those funded?
Well, the Cinderella Bond Program, which was passed, I believe, in March, floated funds for several projects, including this one. The amount that was estimated at that point for this project was low, largely because of the bridge. We're anticipating the bridge being shorter, and so the lengthened bridge to clear Second Creek has added to the cost.
So how are those Cinderella, the 2K bonds repaid though? Might be a question for,
Repaid through the 2K bond program, which is a 1% sales tax levied across the city of Commerce City since the year 2013.
okay, and geographically, where's that
The entire city.
revenue coming from, right? Do we have a distribution of, where the majority of the funding or, how that distribution works out throughout the city? No, do we have a rough idea?
That will require some additional analysis on part of staff. We don't have a breakdown of the percentage where generally located on where those funding sources are coming from as it relates to the 1% and 100% of that coming from that revenue. So we would have to look into that more.
Okay, but we don't have a rough idea of where the revenue is coming from in the city, what businesses are generating what, or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay, is that something that staff can prepare?
Just to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly, is that with respect to that 1% and the revenues that are coming in from those businesses, are you looking more from a categorization of type of use, like restaurant, office?
Yeah, I think the question becomes, a lot of the discussion's been about sharing the burden and where that burden lies. And, I think what we need to understand is that this isn't placing the burden on just, one group or the other, that this is a project that is going to benefit the city as a whole, and that everyone is, contributing to that. So I just want us to, follow the dollars and make sure that we're not getting too caught up on, one thing or the other without, looking at the whole picture.
I believe our staff can look into that, and we'll do our best to try to parse it down to a level. But like I said, we'll have to go back in and see what we can do within our systems.
Thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you. I was really struck by the comment, ordinarily a city cost. It's a city cost because it's an arterial road. I want to remind everyone that if we use the words our Reunion Metro District, we're actually talking about human beings who own homes. We're not talking about Reunion Metro District. That isn't how bonds get paid back. There's going to have to be a bond for this, and the people who own homes in Reunion are going to have to pay back whatever this amount is. And somehow the city decided to do a deal with Reunion Metro District without including the residents of Reunion Metro District, when ordinarily it's a city's cost because it's an arterial road. Instead, it's going to fall on the backs of these residents who are already paying the highest mill levy in all of Commerce City. And I would also like to point out for my colleague to the right, it does include Reunion Ridge, which is in his ward. They are 37% of the cost, and it will be added to their so-called affordable homes in Reunion Ridge. I have many comments from residents about this, but I'll wait until we get to that part. But I do think it's important to also note that these same residents in these areas are also paying sales tax. I have heard that King Soopers does $2 million a week at the Chambers and 104th facility in sales tax. So they are paying sales tax, and they would be paying back the bond on this road. So in a way, I would call that double taxation. Certainly taxation without representation, as one of the speakers said earlier this evening. I'll save further thoughts for later. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. I know I've asked this question before, but can you tell me again what Cinderella, what is the term there? What does it mean?
If I'm not mistaken, Cinderella is because they expire at a certain time. I'm not sure if it's midnight or not.
That was the term that was given to the bonds because we retired some bonds and repaid them with a lower interest rate. And so it became known as a Cinderella bond program. That was the action the city council took back in March whenever we basically leveraged the increased revenue that is coming off, as well as what the Tabor authorized limit for us being able to put out debt in the tune of about 163 million, even though we'd only pulled 125 million. So that additional 38 million we took, as well as refinancing bonds at a lower interest rate, allowing us to spend in the magnitude of about $44 million.
Yeah, I remember that.
I'm getting
So
handshakes.
we have the 13.4 already, then 2.9 is our contingency funds or 2K Cinderella Fund savings. I'm not quite sure what that means.
So 2K fund savings are, let's say, across a number of the projects that were approved back in March, one comes in under what we had estimated at that time. So we're saving 1.5 million on a project. We thought it was going to be 5 million, but it's really 3.5. So there's 1.5 in savings that can then be reapplied to another 2K Cinderella project.
So at this point in time, we don't know exactly how much those funds are then? Is that correct or not?
So I think that's where staff was trying to go through, is that, you know, as we look at other projects that are also going through this process, we may be able to identify some savings from those projects that we can then apply to the inflated price or increase in price that we have here, or cost, excuse me.
So, and that's why it's and/or, so it could be a combination of the two. And then, so if it says 2K contingency, does that just mean that there's a possibility of 2K funds coming in that amount?
So the city currently has a contingency fund based on previous projects that had generated revenue and or have been completed that allows for us to be able to apply for the continuing improvements or repairs to pavement and or reconstruction of roadway projects. So that could also be tapped in this instance with savings to help close that gap.
Okay, and so that money is allocated for either repairs or new projects?
Or new projects or reconstruction. In the past, we have used it for reconstruction, pavement management, replacement, things of that such, for continuing to address road pavement deferment.
So there's no restriction as far as using it for a new project?
That is correct. We
All
can
right.
still use 2K contingency for new project.
Appreciate that. And then are the residents who reside in Buffalo Run Metro District, are they aware of this expenditure for $600,000? It's not that much in comparison to the other figures, but it's still money that they're responsible for. And that's their contribution?
I do not know that answer.
You don't know that? Okay. I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? I have a question. Go ahead, Councilmember Hurst.
Sorry, can we just quickly talk about cost increases in the way that you guys are doing cost comparisons? Are you guys using the construction price index that's updated every 3 to 6 months by the CDOT and then comparing those costs with what was submitted as the estimate? Because right now we're just talking about an estimate. We're not talking about final cost of project, correct?
Correct. It's just as Chris said, this is.
So this is the budget we're putting out in the RFP. This is what they're competing against.
Yeah, we do not have a design yet, so we don't have actual cost estimates based on that.
Right, so often it's a common practice to put between the 10 to 20% contingency on initial costs just to cover, like we're seeing right now, rapid inflation, things like that that are more doled out during the scoping meeting of an initial project kickoff, correct?
Yeah, we have a contingency. I believe it's 20%. Is that correct, Chris? 20%?
I'd have to double check.
We can confirm the number, but we do have a contingency included.
No, I just wanted to make sure that's where some of this cost inflation that we're talking about now. It's just a cost estimate. We're not talking about final cost of project.
Correct.
All right. I think I saw in a previous presentation when we were first going to talk about this 3 weeks ago, there's about $600,000 allocated in construction management costs. Is that correct?
I believe that was correct. That's
Okay, and who's going to be the recipient of that $600,000?
well, we're working with Reunion Metro District to do the design and in previous iterations of this sort. JR Engineering has provided, I believe, the correct construction management on this on behalf of Reunion.
So there's nothing in the cost sharing agreement that would say the city is going to manage construction. The premise of this idea is that the city will basically issue the $16 million to the construction manager, being JR Engineering, and Oakwood will issue their $12 million, and it'll all come together at $28 million, and this project's going to be done all under the management of JR Engineering. With, I would imagine we're probably going to look at the schedule of values and bounce the invoices off that whenever we start making our payments.
Yeah, we review all the invoices that come in.
Okay, great. That's all I have. Question for staff at this time. I believe Ms. Bear wishes to make a presentation along with Mr. Hayes on behalf of the Reunion Metro District. Is that correct? Please come forward.
Evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm Kristen Bear with the law firm of White Bear Inkley. We represent the Metro District Reunion as general counsel. So I've got a quick presentation that goes over and reiterates some of what was in a letter that was sent to the city, and it expands on that a little bit. I'll also try to answer some of the questions that might have come up and clarify some of those things. Do I run it?
Do you need me to go to next slide?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so Reunion and North Range Metro District number 1 and 2 were organized in November 2000. The districts 3, 4, and 5 were organized the subsequent year in 2001. Additional metro districts to serve the master plan community were organized in 2019, and those consist of Reunion Ridge Metropolitan District numbers 1 through 4 and Reunion Village Metropolitan Districts numbers 1 through 5. Each of these metropolitan districts was organized under a service plan in order and with the intent to finance, construct public amenities and facilities that are necessary for the development of Reunion as a master plan community. I will add to this that the North Range districts and each of the taxing districts within each of these component units
finance and fund local improvements or improvements specific to those development areas. And Reunion is intended to fund regional infrastructure for the benefit of all of those districts. Thank you. So the public improvements that Reunion funds is through the issuance of bonds or mill levy revenues that are generated from the North Range metropolitan districts. Prior to the issuance of bonds through Reunion, the infrastructure is funded through advances that are made by the developer entity through an agreement with Reunion Metropolitan District. Reunion Village and Reunion Ridge districts will be activated. They aren't currently under development, but as development is initiated with those areas and property would be included into their boundaries for purposes of generating assessed valuation. Funding would occur through similar mechanisms in those areas using those districts. In all of these districts, we do have limitations on funding, and that's through mill levy revenues and the limits that are imposed in the various service plans, as well as market limitations that limit our ability to fund bonding through the districts. So just a general history of the agreement that gets us to where we are today. In early 2022, staff was directed to initiate design for Chambers Road through Reunion. So we've been working on this preliminary design since that time. JR Engineering has been assisting the district in that effort. As indicated, this is only a preliminary design that you're being presented with. Final designs would be generated as a result of bids. JR Engineering has not been hired by the district nor through the city authorization as a construction manager for this project. So in May of 2022, Reunion and its staff started working through the draft agreement for the cost sharing. And since that time, we've worked with staff to address various concerns and comments that have come up, which have been incorporated into the draft. Again, the initial design has been completed. Final design and costs are going to be finalized at the project bid. Development within Reunion. So there was previously a consolidated master development agreement, which expired in December of 2021. We do not have a development agreement at this point in time that is a consolidated master development agreement. Any development that is being processed now is based upon individual subdivision filings with separate development agreements that would be applicable to each of those filings. Construction of Chambers Road is currently not required under any agreement with the city other than what is being presented to you tonight as a draft. Absent this agreement, the intersection improvements on portions of Chambers Road would be required as part of the multiple development agreements as development proceeds through Reunion. Reunion engineers anticipate that this piecemeal type of construction through the various development agreements that might be required in the future would have some adverse ramifications, which I'll go through on the next slide. So temporary intersection improvements would be required as part of these separate development agreements. There would be throwaway costs of about $2 to $3 million that would be required as part of these temporary road improvements. Traffic control and disruption would be increased as we proceed with various improvements on a piecemeal basis. Construction costs for the comprehensive construction of Chambers has economies of scale to the extent we were able to accomplish it through this type of cost share agreement. Monies to the city would be less through the payment of regional traffic impact fees of approximately $3.6 million, assuming that your 2023 fee is adopted. And of course, as we all know, construction fees or construction costs continue to increase. With me tonight is a representative of JR Engineering, Aaron Clutter. I will go through the maps and other information very quickly. If you have any questions relative to costs, design elements, et cetera, Aaron is going to be the person to answer your questions. So this shows the interim phasing costs associated with doing the project separately as opposed to a comprehensive project. You'll see the chart on the right side indicates dollar costs associated with the temporary improvements and the various traffic controls that would be bifurcated
as a result of separate projects. Next slide. So the improvements include construction between 104th Avenue to East 117th and the Second Creek Bridge. The total project cost estimate is approximately $23 million, with a city cost share of approximately $10 million. The city 100% costs of about $369, and the total city cost of about $10,373,000. In terms of the allocation that would be applicable to Reunion, we've tried to break it down between the various areas. So North Range 1, 2, and 3 are currently under development or developed, largely developed. Their share of the project would be approximately 40%. District number 4 has not yet started development, so it is not underway yet. Reunion Village 1 through 4, which is an active adult project, approximately 22% of the cost would be attributable to that area. And Reunion Ridge Metropolitan District 1 through 4, approximately 36% of the cost would be attributable to that area. The overall cost share associated with the Reunion portion is about $12,900,000. So we are continuing to have some discussions with members of the North Range boards regarding possible financing opportunities. And included within those discussions have been discussions about future improvements, regional improvements specifically, that might be needed through Reunion and are necessary to fund in the future. To date, only the preliminary design has been completed on this project, but those costs have been shared with that working group. Assuming that the parties wish to move forward with this cost share IGA, we are comfortable with the manner in which it proceeds. As I stated earlier, for instance, JR Engineering has not been hired as a construction manager. To the extent that the city wanted to take over design, we would certainly be comfortable with that. To the extent that the city wanted to take over construction bidding and construction itself, we would certainly be comfortable with that. We recognize that there's not a current requirement for construction of this project, but believe that moving forward with this project in cooperation with the city is of benefit to everybody. I think that's it. I have a couple of exhibits that were attached to the letter depicting the overall Chamber Road improvements and the Second Creek Bridge. You want to just flip to those quickly? To the extent you have questions about these depictions, I would ask JR Engineering to come up and help you through those questions. But I'd be happy to answer anything you might have.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you being here. Does
Certainly.
anybody on
Thank you.
council have any questions for Ms. Bear? Councilmember Noble.
Thank you so much. I rounded up to 36.74 for Reunion Ridge. That's 37, I think, instead of 36. When you do the bonds, when a metro district forms, does the developer take into consideration these obligations that will come up down the road?
So again, when we do bonds through a metro district, the bonds that are issued are based upon market conditions, first of all, which drive how much we can actually get in terms of net proceeds. So there's no way that we can finance everything for a project upfront with the initial issuance. It's done on an incremental basis as the market allows us to do that, and capacity for those districts is derived through development.
So it appears to me that Chambers Road between 104th and 112th had some improvements on it. There wouldn't have been able to be the work that's been accomplished in Reunion Districts 1, 2, and 3 without road work being done to Chambers Road over the years. Has Reunion Metro District been involved with any of those improvements on Chambers Road previously?
You know, I'm going to defer to Aaron on this one so he can give you a historical perspective of Chambers.
Good evening. Yes, Reunion was involved in the infrastructure improvements on Chambers. Specifically, when Phase 1 of Reunion was built, Heartland Drive was connected to Chambers. And at that time, we built intersection improvements to provide a left turn bay into Heartland going southbound. We also added some sidewalk in that area also. The other improvements that we did were through an agreement with actually Commerce City when King Soopers was built. And we did do improvements along the west side of Chambers, all the way up to, I'd say about 105th is probably the right acronym of the road. We also did some improvements along 104th at that time too. And Reunion Metropolitan District did fund those improvements.
That's very helpful information, because it makes me wonder then, how many times do the residents of those metro districts have to pay for improvements? There are people who moved in there in 2002, for example, and they would be asked to do improvements yet again on Chambers Road. Will they be asked to do improvements yet again on 104th?
I'm not sure I could answer that question of exactly the timing and when they're asked. Some things do go into play on the engineering side. For example, at Heartland Drive and Chambers, ultimately a signal was planned for that intersection. However, at the time of the project, 20 years ago, it didn't meet warrants for a signal to be installed there. So it is a phased approach. Over time, you do make the necessary improvements to improve the safety. And, we're at a time now that the improvements are probably needed and justified and warranted at Heartland.
And can you explain why a subdivision that's 3 miles away from Chambers Road would be part of having to repay these costs? It does have Reunion in the name, Reunion Ridge, but nevertheless, it's quite far away compared to several of the other subdivisions in the north.
I think I can speak just generally on that. There is a part of the Reunion Ridge contemplated. The development on the west side of Chambers is actually part of that Reunion Ridge. So I'd be filings 39 and 40.
Looking at the letter. So Reunion Ridge Metro District 1 through 4, you're saying would also include the active adults?
It's actually the improvements on the west side of Chambers, south of 112th Avenue.
Yeah, because Reunion Village is active adult. That's on the west side of Chambers Road.
Correct, but it's more on the west side of Second Creek. So these are subdivisions on the east side of Second Creek. And Jim, is that a fair statement? I think it was in the map too.
Thank you, Jim Hayes, 4908 Tower Road in Denver. If you could go back one slide, I think I can explain. Maybe go back to the cost split for Reunion. There you go. So Reunion Ridge Metro District is actually not activated at this point. The subdivision known as Reunion Ridge is actually part of North Range Metro District number 3. But the Reunion Ridge Metro District, as referenced here, is actually filing 39 and 40, which are the subdivisions proposed on the southwest corner of 112th and Chambers.
So you're not including the homes at Potomac and 104th? They're not part of this?
Those are part of North Range Metro District number 3, which are part then of the agreement with Reunion Metro District.
Okay. Could you explain a MLEPA? We hear that word thrown around a lot. How does MLEPA?
I don't represent the Reunion Metro District, so I'm going to defer back to Ms. Bear.
All right.
So the MLEPA, as we call it, is a mill levy pledge and equalization agreement. It was put in place in connection with the North Range and Reunion bonds, and it's intended to provide for an equitable and parallel mill levy for all residents within North Range districts, regardless of when they moved in or which district they live in.
And when was this enacted, Ms. Bear?
I believe it was put in place in 2017.
2017.
Mm-hmm.
And who was the developer then?
Shea was the developer,
at that point in time.
And prior to that point, how had these issues been handled?
So prior to that point, we really only had bonds in North Range 1 and 2 for very localized improvements. The market receded in 2008, and so not much was done at that time. When the market reestablished itself and we started doing further improvements through the district, this was a mechanism that was put in place in order, again, to equalize the mill levy among all of the districts and to pledge mill levy revenues back to Reunion for regional improvements.
The Malipa has made even districts that have been built out for a number of years to be responsible for all of the infrastructure costs coming down the road within the entire Reunion Metro District. Why is that beneficial to the residents who buy homes in Reunion?
The MALIPA is intended to fund the regional infrastructure that's necessary for the overall development. So it's not for specific infrastructure within North Range 1, it's regional infrastructure across the board. So just like a city, if somebody moves in 10 years prior to the point and a bond is issued for regional infrastructure, and then somebody moves in 10 years later, you obviously have the first person in paying a little bit more in taxes to that city. That's the way it works in Reunion as well. People that have lived there for a while continue to be benefited by the regional infrastructure, but they're paying towards that regional infrastructure for a longer time based upon when they became residents within the community.
And has there been a decision regarding how many mills, whether there would be a change in mills? How would the bonds be repaid for this Chambers Road improvement?
So initially, this infrastructure would be funded through developer advances. At the time at which bonds could be issued, either through Reunion or one of the North Range districts, it would be funded.
Yes, it would be paid for by whom?
Residents would fund this infrastructure.
Right,
Yes.
okay.
Through-
And would that
through these
change?
various components.
Yes, and would that change the mill levy?
It would not, because the service plans for all of these districts limit the mill levy that can be imposed on the debt service side.
So 88, which is the highest in Commerce City, is the maximum, the total of 88.
The total of 88 is not the maximum. We have a maximum mill levy associated with the debt service mill levy, which is approximately 63 mills right now.
63 mills?
And the remainder is for operational purposes.
And how many mills is the operational side?
I would have to look at that to be specific and get back with you on that.
So it's not 25?
24.32.
Pardon me?
24.32.
Okay, thank you.
That's just about, yeah.
Okay, so where would this be charged?
This would be charged as a capital improvement that is funded through a debt obligation eventually. So it would be part of the debt service mill levy that is limited by those service plans.
Okay, and could the 24.32 be increased?
It could be, to the extent that operational requirements within the districts went up.
And does operational requirements have to do with the improvement of Chambers Road?
No, it does not.
Okay, so it's only the 63 mills, and are those limited?
Yes, so the debt service mill levy is absolutely limited in the service plan.
So there
Yes.
can be no additional cost, but what happens is that you now extend the bond out many more years in order to get this paid back.
That's correct. There would be new bonds issued. That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Madera.
I think you already answered my question, but I just want to confirm. So there's not going to be any increase in the mill levy to residents with this project?
There would not be an increase in that debt service mill levy, no, sir.
And have bonds been priced for this project, or?
No, we aren't in a position where we're ready to bond for this specific project.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Of course.
Councilmember Kim.
You had mentioned it would be done through developer advances, residents would have to pay. And obviously it's the 5.2 million, I think it would be a cost shared amongst the North Range Metro Districts 1 through 4, correct?
I think
As far
that's,
as what I'm reading.
yeah, that's about right.
My question is, I mean, I know you had probably discussed this already with North Range 1 through 3, because 4 hasn't been developed yet. But has this gone out by chance to residents within those different districts just to gauge what they think as far as, hey, we're going to put on an extra 5.2 million on you?
No, no. And normally it's part of the budgetary process for the districts, which is of course public as you all have conducted your hearings tonight. But this project specifically, there's been no independent notice associated with this or this agreement.
That's all I've got. Thank you.
Okay.
I noticed that you said your firm is White Bear Inkle. Is Ms. Tanaka no longer with you guys?
Oh, she is.
Oh, okay.
She is. Yeah.
Okay, I thought maybe she had departed for somewhere else, given the fact that she didn't mention her name.
No, I apologize.
Gotcha. Your 2021 budget, 24.32 for operations maintenance, 36.6329 for debt, and 31.357 for contractual obligations. Can you help me with what are contractual obligations to the tune of 31.357 mils?
Could you clarify what budget you're looking at? Which district budget? Is it North Range 1, 2, 3?
That's a good one here. Let's take a look at that. I am looking at North Range Metro District 1.
Okay, thank you. So the initial mill levy that you read is for operation maintenance.
Got it.
So that's things like landscaping, water, et cetera. The second mill levy that you indicated
Debt service?
is for the bonds that have been issued by North Range 1 specifically. So for those local improvements within District Number 1.
Okay.
The third mill levy is a contractual mill levy required under the MALIPA or the pledge agreement back to Reunion.
Okay, and so what is that money that goes back to Reunion? What does that pay for?
That pays for the Reunion bonds
Okay,
right now for the regional infrastructure.
just the Reunion bonds?
Yes, for Reunion bonds or regional infrastructure, correct?
Or regional infrastructure? Is there a delineation there between bonds or regional infrastructure?
Not really, not really. The Reunion bonds were issued for regional infrastructure.
Okay, so given that, you add those two up and that's where you end up with, basically you're telling me the contractual obligations are going to bonds
Correct,
at the Reunion Metro District level.
correct.
Okay, so 36.6329 in debt obligation, 31.357, which is to pay back bonds incurred by another district. The total debt mill levy, 68 mils?
Right in there, yeah.
All right. 2019, members of the city council approved amendments to the service plan that capped that mill levy at, what was the cap on it at that time?
So the original cap was at 50 mils and or 35 mils. And since that time, it's been Gallagherized or adjusted.
Okay.
As a result of those adjustments, it's at approximately 68 mils.
Okay, in 2019, what was the cap that was put on the service plan?
Oh, goodness. I'm sorry, I don't remember and I don't have it in front of me.
All right. Explain to me the process of Gallagherization. How is Gallagherization calculated, the purpose of it, and where it comes? So you said that the cap was 35, but actually the original cap back in 2000 was 50. The estimate that was provided by everybody who was going to put this project together thought they could get it done for 35 mils, but the actual cap was 50 mils. So what is the process? Residential assessment rate has to be lowered in order for this process to take place. But revenue needs to be neutral across the board. So
Its intent is to maintain a revenue neutral position for purposes of the bonds and improvements.
Right.
So as that residential ratio drops, the mill levy is adjusted proportionately in order to maintain a revenue neutral position.
Okay. So in 2019, the service plan capped you guys about 63 mils for debt obligation. Now you're sitting at 68 mils, an increase of, let's just say 4.5 for general rounding among friends. You've gone up 4.5 mils to offset what reduction in the residential assessment rate?
Yeah, and again, I don't have those calculations in front of me. That's something that our accountant provides to us as part of the budgetary process.
Right. Your firm is the manager for the district?
We are the general counsel to the district, correct?
Who actually manages the district?
Clifton Larson Allen manages the district and serves as their accountant.
Okay. In 2007, the district was basically insolvent. And an agreement was reached between US Bank and the developer at the time, Shea Homes, and the district, that the developer would advance to the tune of $3 million roughly to be able to ensure that the district was able to continue to pay their debt obligations and have money in their reserve fund. That was known as the 2007 advance agreement. In 2016, the 2016 Schedule B bonds were taken out for $12.18 million. One of the reasons was to repay that 2007 advance agreement. It seems like there's a pretty big disparity between $3 million advanced by the developer in 2007 and $12.18 million being used as bonds in 2016. Where did the additional money go?
And again, I don't have those numbers in front of me, so I could not be specific as to the answer.
Okay. How much developer debt is currently incurred by the Reunion Metro District? Developer advance?
I don't have that information tonight.
Perhaps maybe Mr. Hayes from Oakwood Homes has that answer. Okay. All right, I don't think I can come up with any additional questions at this time. I just, okay. Does any of that contractual obligation of the 31.357 bonds go to paying back developer debt?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Does any of that funded revenue generated from the 31.357 mils that is attached to contractual obligations go back to specifically paying back developer advances?
It's pledged first towards the bonds.
First towards the
Yeah,
bonds?
after those bonds are fully paid, it could pay back developer advances or fund additional construction, but it's first used towards those bonds.
Okay. That contractual obligation mill levy first showed up in 2018 to the tune of 23.585 mils. And that was before the amended service plans in 2019.
Okay.
So in December of 2017, the Reunion Metro District and the North Range Metro Districts adopted these budgets. And one of these budget line items was 23.585 mils to meet contractual obligations of the district. And under that contractual obligations of the district, money was pledged to pay back bonds that were incurred by the Reunion Metro District, as well as interest that is being charged on the developer advance. And I believe that in the budget documents, it says that no principal is being paid back to the developer at this time, only interest. Is this correct?
I'll have to look at that as well.
Okay. Really like to know that answer. Okay, again, I apologize. I don't think I can ask any other questions at this time. Does anybody else on council have any questions for the representative of the Reunion Metro District here? Or Oakwood Homes or JR Engineering? Okay. Oh, Councilmember Noble?
What's the interest on the developer advances?
Goodness. Had I known you were going to ask a lot of financial questions, I would have brought audits and things like that, but I do not have that information in hand.
Does Mr. Hayes know?
No. No.
Okay. These responses are helping me make my decision regarding my my vote. So I thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody wish to make a motion concerning the adoption of Resolution 2022-81? Sure, if you want to ask the question, that's fine.
I just have a quick question. So I think everybody up here agrees that widening of Chambers Road for the whole length that we're talking about here from 105th to 117th needs to happen. What happens if this isn't funded in this manner? What's our plan B?
So I think our plan B would obviously, there's only so much of available funds that we have towards these improvements under the Cinderella 2K. As you all are aware from the March timeframe, we had estimated that out the gate at 13.4. That 13.4 in essence would be able to only cover the north and I would say a half section of roadway along the south. So that would still leave us somewhere in the range of 13 million short of having a complete roadway. So the question that would be posed internally around the team would be, do we only focus on the north section, knowing that we can cover that cost as identified by staff, and then look at taking that remaining balance out of that 13 or out of that 8 million to put it towards 3 alternative projects that we also identified as part of the bond issuance for that 2K Cinderella. So in essence, we'd be getting a half completion of that stretch of roadway.
And I know this is probably a little bit tougher because it's speculation, but what's the timeline to get Chambers done in Plan B if it's laid out the way you just described it?
I would say it's considerably longer. As it stands right now, it's not identified as part of our 2023 to 2027 CIPP. So in essence, right, we would have to see some of those projects fall off to be able to have the necessary funding to be able to, scale that in, or to scale that in over the coming of the next 2 to 5 to 7 years. So you're really looking at something that, based on the bond issuance, that we are required to expend 85% of those funds within a 3-year period, knowing that that roadway would be done within at least the next 3 years, targeting for it to be faster, obviously. But So you're going from 2025 to somewhere possibly 2027 to 2030, with just trying to balance against all requests.
So to clarify, I guess the direction that we have is to do this funding option, to do what you just described, which in a good situation, we're talking 13 to 18% increase just on a normal inflationary scale for CPI for the same project. It's a really tough discussion to have because the NIGID, all the other options that are out there are basically spent. So that's really the hardest part of this discussion is I think we all know, or we all agree that Chambers is a vital north-south route in the North Range all the way to 96th. And so where do we go? Because it doesn't sound like many of my counterparts are extremely excited about this. But also, 3 to 7 years is an incredibly long wait in a growing community. Excuse me, in a growing community like this. And then the cost inflation that comes with that is also eye-opening. So is there a better plan B?
I think in any decision when it comes to looking at the limited funds that we have available, is that there's going to have to be trade-offs in one way of looking at it or not. Whether, right, an example being, well, use your unassigned fund balance. Well, we're down to 26 million in our unassigned fund balance. That would be eaten up by trying to do Chambers Road, which then, as you all may know, we've leveraged our unassigned fund balance to help ramp up our operations and ramp up the things that we need to be able to keep up with community expectations and what we need to be able to deliver high quality amenities and services to our community. So that then maybe has some trickle down effect down the line. You can look at reprioritization of existing CIPP projects to try to bridge that gap. But you have to then look at the prioritization of, well, do I pull off, other infrastructure that's been warranted, needed, amenities that have been warranted, needed, that have been a part of that CIPP process for this? Does the cost benefit outweigh the potential impacts or negative aspects of taking those projects off? So there's no crystal ball. Like I said, it's having to weigh the good and the bad as it relates to the consequences that we would have to make on any decision if we're not going forward with this. It is that what is more palatable to the council in how to appropriate those funds. And that's something that we would really have to sit down and really dive into, quite frankly, to kind of really put all of that information in front of you to be able to make that informed decision.
Thank you for that answer. It's obviously not the one I wanted, but not your fault.
Councilmember Madera.
I'll make the motion to approve Resolution 2022-81.
I have a motion to approve Resolution 2022-81. Is there a second? Councilmember Noble?
I had a question, Mr. Mayor. I am not the second.
Okay, we'll get to the question after we continue with the motion on the table. Councilmember Hurst?
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-81. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble?
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Rogers? So you were talking about Chambers Roads and that we also had approved road projects elsewhere in the north. For example, widening 96 to 4 lanes. Are any of those metro districts participating in the road project the widening of 96th?
That's a little bit of a complicated answer, ma'am. Partly in which there's been ongoing discussion about the Second Creek Farms, Buffalo Highlands, as it relates to pre-existing agreements for what was done with that development. So there's evaluation that we continue to keep doing with that project about where dollars were spent, what I'll call it reimbursements are necessary back to whether it's the city or back to the Metro District based on our participation from that project with Parcel K and at that time, the dedication of land and improvements that were constructed of the existing 96. So that's an ongoing evaluation.
Well, they know, the Buffalo Highlands Metro District knows that their sizable bond that they're paying back was for the bridge on 96. And your predecessor told me specifically that no metro districts would be participating in the widening of 96. If that has changed, then I would like to see where that is in writing, because I reassured residents in East Point, Buffalo Highlands, South Lawn, that they were not going to be asked to pay. Like theoretically, Reunion Metro District should pay because South Lawn is on 96. Right. But they aren't.
Yeah. So allow me to clarify, ma'am. If they're participating, it's really looking at what may or may not be due back to the Metro District based on their initial participation for the construction of 96. That's where the ongoing evaluation of agreements that we have based on that and with where we're heading with the widening. So right now, there's no contemplation of Metro Districts between Chambers and Tower for the widening of 96.
And if you are arguing for the improvement of Chambers Road and Reunion Metro District, or that is the residents and future residents of Reunion who will be paying this back, similar to a car. Let's say you buy a car on a 3-year loan or you buy a car on a 10-year loan. Is a car going to cost you a lot more? If your loan is for 10 years, yes, it will. And that's what happens with the bonds for the Reunion Metro District residents, is that these bonds just keep getting redone and extended. They grow, they extend, they extend, they extend, extend. There is like no payment, no payback ever in anyone's lifetime. Who would pay south of 104th to 96th for the widening of Chambers to 4 lanes? Would that be Frontera Village and Harvest Meadows?
No, ma'am, that would be the city. Because so Chambers Road is a regional improvement. It happens to be that the city, in coordination, collaboration, or being approached prior to my time, engaged in these discussions of thinking about how to deliver this regional improvement that not only serve the broader community, but also serve specific developments that would be able to feed off of that. There's no requirement typically of a metro district or a developer having to take on that responsibility of developing or delivering regional improvements. That kind of goes back to the rational nexus test in various case law. So that burden typically falls on us in how we then plan out our capital improvement programs and build that over time to be able to deliver that improvement. So we would approach that portion of 104th South to 96 as a sole effort by the city, identifying that cost, and then putting those funds away on an annual basis as part of our CIPP to be able to build on that improvement. Now, if a metro district or if a developer reached out and wanted to partner, we would run through this similar gauntlet and test and presentation to determine whether or not this is a feasible relationship to enter into as a municipal body with either a developer or another quasi-governmental entity like a metro district?
The problem is that, God bless Reunion Metro District, it's not on their backs. It benefits them. It's on the backs of the residents, period. Reunion Metro District residents, homeowners, future homeowners have already done 104th. That was already part of the comprehensive agreement that existed before. They already did Chambers Road once. That's why I'm asking, how many more times do they have to pay for this? It doesn't make sense to me, and that's why I have to vote no on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Councilmember Madera.
So I mean, kind of going back to what Councilman Hurst was alluding to earlier with, we all know that Chambers needs to be done. And, you know, it's a matter of how do you fund it, right? You can do anything with enough time and money, and there's only so much of each. And, you know, when I talk to residents in my ward, they all see this as a need for Chambers. And, you know, we've been so stuck on talking about the Metro District, which we don't represent that board here. You know, we got to look at it from a city perspective, and what are the benefits that'll come from, you know, this infrastructure improvement? What are the costs, which is obviously, you know, 16.9 million to the city, as well as, you know, the Metro District issuing another bond that's going to keep going, you know, who knows how many years. But it also is going to be, you know, people's property values going up, because now they have those regional improvements where you can get to your neighborhood, and now people can actually build some commercial, and, you know, these corners start looking a lot more attractive to that commercial that we're trying to attract. But when I listen to my counterparts, it sounds like, you know, the people that live in this area who know it best don't think it should be improved. So, you know, that does factor into my decision as well, because, you know, at the end of the day, that Cinderella bond is being funded by the entire city. And the great deal of it is disproportionately burdened by the south of the city. And when we look at those Cinderella bonds and how they're allocated right now, it's disproportionately being spent up north. And so, you know, the other part of my ward, that's their biggest complaint is, you know, we're building up the north and it's on our backs. So, you know, if this does fail, I would like to see these funds be redistributed and spent on arterials down south.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that I don't think there is a good answer. It's definitely not falling on deaf ears that Reunion is taking the brunt of this. I mean, let's be honest, like the majority of this cost from a non-city perspective. As Councilman Madera was just pointing out, though, I do think there's secondary benefits. I want to find a way. That's what putting Jason on the spot. I'd love to find a way that we can resolve this using kind of our other tactics with the NIGID and everything else, because it is a regional improvement and it is an arterial that has seen continued growth as the growth of communities happened, and so it is part of the city's responsibility as we grow, which, you know, as development happens on these corridors, they have to pay their part as well. We talk about that all the time. Unfortunately, we own the right of way on the whole east side of this road too, minus the Adams County portion. I believe that's still in Adams County, but you know, the problem I have with voting no on this is when and where is there a yes? Because fundamentally, I don't think we can pass up this project. I think it becomes a $35 million project instead of a $24 million project if we don't find a resolution in the next 3 to 6 months. And so I don't have a good answer. You know, the community in and of itself and what we're talking about from its developable area, I guess, I couldn't say that word, is still way less than 50%. So we're talking about lots and lots of houses that would be potentially built into this area that would be paying for this. Lots of new residents as well. So again, I seconded this. I'm still battling with, what the right answer is because there isn't a good one. Unless we just walk away from Chambers and with minimal improvements and wait till we come up with a miracle in another direction. And so I'm on the fence on this one. I see the reason why we're trying to do it. It's just hard to put the pieces together from the capital funding stack.
Councilmember Kim.
Mr. Rogers, question for you. So regarding the Cinderella bonds that are out there totaling approximately $16 million and related to this project, when you talk about how these bonds, the amount of money we have essentially for the city to use, I mean, looking from a whole city perspective, and identifying priorities as to, what needs, what's a major improvement that's required, that's high risk or versus what's considered low risk. However it is that you and the staff actually handle it, where would you put this specific project on that scale?
I think part of it's subjective. Obviously, part of it's also objective. I have to look at Public Works, right? We've been looking at the continued, let me start with the subjective, right? It is a part of our backbone infrastructure that serves for a regional connection, both north and south to what I will call, the emerging, the community development in our city. It provides connectivity to other surrounding locations. It serves as a major hub, spine, for those who are going to their day-to-day, going to enjoy whatever that it might be with their families. So there's significance in that. At the same time, from I'll call it a technical use perspective, it's also a critical improvement. Just because of the continued growth and then obviously the capacity that is occurring on that roadway as we continue to build in the Northern Range. We have already approved units that can continue to keep coming through our system without any additional entitlements. So thinking of it that way, you're going to then further impact the capacity and the ability for Chambers to continue to be successful in being able to get people from point A to point B. So I would say that Chambers is a rather high and critical infrastructure improvement for the continued success of the city.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Mr. Hayes, I have a question. Would you mind coming up to the podium? I'm sorry I didn't ask it earlier. It just dawned on me. Thanks, sir. Appreciate you being here. Ms. Bear mentioned that Reunion Metro District is under no obligation to contribute $12 million towards Chambers Road. So the question comes, why would the Reunion Metro District be willing to contribute $12 million that they're not obligated to do? What's the benefit?
Well, I'm not going to speak for the Reunion Metro District. I'm not on the board. So from a Oakwood Homes perspective, there is substantial development opportunities to the west of Chambers Road. And that we know that there are intersection improvements that would otherwise be required for those developments. We do not necessarily want to fund throwaway improvements, which we've identified about $3 million because the intersection improvements would not meet the right vertical alignment of the future road design. So they would literally be throwaway improvements. So our motivation is to not build temporary improvements that would be discarded and then follow up with traffic impact fees, which is at your purview to raise at any time that you want. So at this point, we looked at it as a cost benefit analysis to build a regional road project, partner with the city, hopefully get some goodwill with all of you, and then advance the rest of our development projects to the west of Chambers. So that's kind of it in a nutshell.
It's a good answer. Thank you. I appreciate that. So to paraphrase, doing this project's going to help Oakwood to be able to develop that reunion filing 39, which is basically the southwest corner of 112th and Chambers.
It'll help with the full build out of reunion, including that filing, yes.
Yeah. So interesting, whenever I asked the question, and I probably phrased it improperly and you corrected me, that you didn't answer that question as Reunion Metro District. You answered that question as the benefit to Oakwood Homes. Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
This is probably a zero-sum game, in the grand scheme of things. This is a horrible thing to have to vote on because on one hand, you have the opportunity to do a critical infrastructure piece that anybody who has ever traveled that road, especially during peak traffic hours, knows this area has to get improved. Nobody is disputing that. So then you come out to how do you fund it? And we're already going to take 1 cent of the sales tax that we're paying into perpetuity. And we're going to do that in order to fund part of it. But then how do you fund the other part of it? And the question comes before the 7 of us sitting here this evening, do we put the additional burden of $12 million on some current Commerce City residents and some future Commerce City residents? And I have a couple different struggles with that decision. One, I hate giving a check to somebody else and saying, go manage this project for us. It's just not how I would prefer to see things done. I'd prefer that Commerce City either hires somebody and basically the role is reversed, where the schedule of values and the invoices are given to the other individual who is funding part of this project, and we're getting reimbursed for those costs, as opposed to it being that we will be the one reimbursing that. I think that puts more control in the realm of the city and puts more opportunity for oversight and puts more opportunity for ensuring that things are done in the most prudent manner that is looking out for the best interest of our taxpayers. But then I come back to the last question that I just asked in the answer. The Reunion Metro District is going to enter into this agreement with the City of Commerce City. And let's remember, the Reunion Metro District is not a single homeowner. It is a recreation center, 2 pools, some parks, common area landscaping. That's the Reunion Metro District, a coffee house, a school. But there's not a single resident out there. So not a single resident that is going to be impacted by this current resident has had a chance to weigh in on this decision. So the Reunion Metro District is willing to enter into this agreement because it benefits the developer. And I think that was the clear distinction there, is it benefits the developer. So why then is the developer not ponying up that $12 million to benefit them and their ability to continue their development and continue that? Instead, they're taking all the benefit of this development and putting it on the backs of those residents. Whenever the man just stood there not 5 minutes ago and told me it's going to benefit them, that's why they're supporting it. in good conscience, I don't think that it's the right thing for this city council to approve this IGA. One, for the fact that the management of it is not in the manner that I think it should be done. And two, I don't think that it should be on the backs of our residents to have to go out there and fund something that's going to improve or benefit a private entity, private corporation. For that reason, I can't support this evening. I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-81. Will the clerk please read the title?
Resolution 2022-81, a resolution authorizing a cost-share agreement between Reunion Metropolitan District Reunion and the City of Commerce City for Chambers Road improvements from 104th Avenue to 117th Avenue.
Thanks, sir. Motion second to adopt Resolution 2022-81. The title has been read. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That motion is going to fail 5-2 with 2 absences. All right, we're going to move on to ordinances on first reading, which is ordinance 2450, Metropolitan District Regulations. Before I invite Mr. Bourget up, does anybody on council have a motion to make? Councilmember Kim?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I make a motion to direct city attorney staff to draft an ordinance creating a moratorium on creations of new metro districts within Commerce City for a period of 1 year. This moratorium should automatically renew unless rescinded by the city council 1 year from the date of the ordinance passing and every year thereafter.
Councilmember Hurst?
We never make decisions like this without 9 people here.
Councilmember Noble?
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second directing the city staff to prepare an ordinance that would create a moratorium on the creation of new metro districts in the city of Commerce City for the period of 1 year. To Councilmember Hurst's comment, this is not a decision being made to implement the moratorium. It is merely on the desire to have staff draft the ordinance. Therefore, I will support the motion that is being put out there. Councilmember Noble? Councilmember Hurst?
Just this discussion is going to have the same impact as having it. So that's why I think we need 9 people to have this vote.
Councilmember Madera?
As part of this, I would like to ask for an amendment to have the city attorney research any legal liability that passing a moratorium could cause the city.
All right, have a motion to amend the original motion by directing the city attorney to research any legal liability on said ordinance. Is there a second on that? I'll second that because I do think that any discussion over having a moratorium on the creation of metro districts should be researched by our legal department to determine the legality of that. So let's vote. Is there any discussion on that? Is there any discussion on the amendment to direct the city attorney to research the legality and risk of this?
Mr. Mayor. Excuse me, point of order. I don't think that we have a second on Councilmember Kim's motion.
You seconded it.
I did?
Yes.
Oh, damn. It's that kind of night, isn't it? Oh, pardon my French.
All right, right now we are voting on the amendment to the motion. All those in favor of the amendment to the motion signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. All right, that's going to pass 6-1 with 1 absence. All right, now we are back to the amended motion to direct the city attorney's office to draft the ordinance creating a moratorium for the period of 1 year. Is there any other discussion? Councilmember Hurst.
Is this residential only or residential and commercial?
That's a good question for the motion maker.
This would be on the residential.
On the residential only. Thank you. Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I mean, I can't support this just because we're essentially trying to kill development up north. And, you know, it's hard, you know, especially being a native of Commerce City, that we, you know, opened it up and had all these nice homes and made things affordable so people can move in and make this beautiful community. And now we got kind of this mindset that we're trying to close the door behind us as people are moving in. And you know, housing's already not attainable. And I get it, it's still a cost, right? But in order to get your foot in the door, this is a way that allows a lot more people to do that, right? And so I just, you know, we haven't even looked at the Metro District regulations and we're already jumping to this. I think it's just jumping the gun and it's going to be bad for the city.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I can't support this because we've literally spent over $100,000 on experts that tell us that we need more rooftops to get the commercial and retail that we've been looking for. And we literally are taking a step in the direction to destroy that.
Councilmember Noble.
Actually, we need more primary jobs as opposed to rooftops. We have rooftops as a bedroom community, and people continue to commute outside of Commerce City. However, back to metro districts, I do support it for the following reason. It is a tremendous burden on new homeowners who get caught unaware in the second year when the improvement on their property suddenly shows up on their property tax, and they have had no idea. I can't begin to tell you how many residents I have talked with who have to move out of Commerce City, move out of whatever one of these new metro districts that they're living in because they are stunned by the prices. We had the former mayor of Commerce City stand before us just a few weeks ago who talked about moving from the south to the north and being stunned that his property taxes are $8,000 a year. $8,000 a year. That's not an affordable home. We're supposed to be building affordable homes. Metro districts have not led to affordable homes in Commerce City, quite the contrary. The only benefit has been for the developers who have found a way to exploit the rules. We do have a very large package of regulations in front of us, but I can tell you right now that we agreed that we were not going to do multiple service plans, and yet we're being asked to vote on that. But we voted against that on May 23rd. Even the single service plan doesn't include the provision for elections. I think there's a lot that needs to be for elections nearby. I think that there's a lot that needs to be done. There's a lot that needs to be figured out. We need to get our lobbyists on it, to talk to the state legislature. The state needs to do something about controlling these metro districts that have gotten out of control and are taking advantage of unsuspecting homeowners who want nothing more than to buy a home. And in my area, they're very young couples. It is really tragic. It's just not right. And those are my reasons on why I feel this way about having a moratorium, and I do accept that.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Huseman. I will also be in support of this motion. I went to listen in on the public town hall that was presented, and then I find out that there's going to be a developer roundtable. Then I come back and I look at the recommendations that was a result of those two get-togethers, gatherings, whatever you want to call them, so people could speak out and voice their opinions. But when I look at the recommendations, it was tipped towards the developers. And so it seemed like they had much more of a voice than the citizens themselves. I really didn't see anything in the recommendations that expressed the feelings of the citizens. And I was very disappointed to see that. So I will be a yes on this motion.
Councilmember Kim.
Just hearing out on my fellow council members too, I think requesting the city attorney to actually go back and determine what the ramifications would be, if any, is a good idea. Hence the reason why to that amendment, I said yes. But at the same time, I would also say that to have one created for that moratorium for 1 year, I would request that to be brought back to City Council. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question for staff. Does the Greyhound Park have a metro district?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I'd just like to add a different perspective. Those same young people that we talk about buying houses is a similar story that I could tell about myself. There's no chance I could have bought a house here if I didn't have a metro district. And over the course of the 8 years that I've lived in my house, I've improved my career and my income, therefore allowing me to afford any increases that have gone there. I built my family in that situation with a stay-at-home mom because of the low cost to get in. And yeah, it's gone up. I didn't buy a new house because I read the closing documents. But I talked to tons of people my age at schools, at school drop-off, and yeah, some of them do have to move because the cost increased, but their house went up by $200,000 in that same time. So yeah, they had to leave because the tax went up, but guess what? They have a massive down payment on their next house in another area. So it's not all, people crying about, I can't afford the taxes, for sure. $8,000 is insane. But all the other things that we're doing for fronting costs are going to drive out all those people from ever getting approved from ever buying a house in this community and building their career here. They're going to move further away from their jobs and they're going to commute farther because that's the only way that they can afford it. And you know what that does? That takes away time from their development and their family. So to me, this is a bad idea because all we're going to do is front load the costs in the houses and we're going to run the people that we want to be our neighbors out of this community.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I just want to echo, I'm one of those young people too that's in that same age group, going into first home buying. And, we talk about affordability and how it just drives us up, but tell me one person who's had the home value in one of these neighborhoods with the Metro District decline, over the past 10 years. Everyone, talks about the taxes. Sure, yeah, that's it's definitely a big piece of it, but no one talks about how much their home has increased in value. How much has your home increased in value since you moved in? Think of that when you're thinking of, shutting out all these other people that could be your neighbors and, moving into Colorado, just like many of you guys did on this board, or moving into Commerce City, because, there was not even 20,000 people in Commerce City when I started living here. And so, we're just going down this path where we're paying for people to charge their EVs, but then at the same time, we're, shutting down infrastructure. We're shutting down people from entering the city. And I don't like the direction that this is going. And, this is a big step in that direction.
I'm not going to sit here and give my entire justification on why I would support or not support the outcome of this ordinance, because That'll be reserved for when the ordinance is actually opened up for vote and discussion. I do want to comment on a couple things, though, that were said. One of them, yeah, we have looked at Metro District regulations on more times than I can count on one hand. We voted on it once. It passed. I do believe at the time, or excuse me, it didn't pass, it failed. I believe it was a 4-4 vote. At that time, it was a 4-4 vote, missing one council member. It failed. And Councilmember Madera, you actually voted in favor of it at that time. And it was brought back the following meeting whenever all 9 of us were here and for reconsideration. And Councilmember Madera, you voted against it at that time whenever there were all 9 of us here. So we could sit here and we could have Mr. Bourget go through the entire thing of, hey, this is what we talked about, or we can just move forward in this direction and see whether or not this motion is going to pass. Because quite honestly, I'm tired of looking at the same ideas that haven't passed. So that motion didn't pass. It failed. It failed 2 separate times to put in regulations on metro districts. Once 4-4, second time 5-4. So why are we going to continue exerting effort on these regulations as they're being presented in front of us? There's a new motion out there to have an ordinance drafted. We'll have the ordinance drafted, and at a future council meeting, when everybody has had an opportunity to come forward and discuss the merits of that ordinance, we'll discuss and we'll vote on the ordinance at that time. So there's a motion and a second out there to have staff drafted. Everybody that is requested to speak has been given multiple opportunities to speak. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. And that motion is going to carry 5-2. Given that, I don't believe we need the presentation. Thank you for your time and effort, Mr. Bourget. All right, ordinances on second reading. We have ordinance 2431, an unauthorized urban camping ban. This ordinance was not approved unanimously and was therefore not placed on the consent agenda. Any council members have any questions for staff regarding this? Seeing no questions for staff, looking for a motion and a second to approve ordinance 2431 on second and final reading. Councilmember Madera.
Move to approve the ordinance.
Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Have a motion and a second to approve. Have a motion and a second to approve ordinance 2431 on second and final reading. Is there any discussion?
He knows.
Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Yes?
Before you do that, there was one slight error in that.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. I got you. I apologize.
I think there was a typo that I was hoping we could address.
Yep. Before we vote on that, I'm going to make a motion. There we go. Motion to correct a typo in ordinance 2431, section 6, the effective date to change the reference therein from section 2 to section 3. Councilmember Madera.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to correct a typo in ordinance 2431, section 6, effective date to change the reference therein from section 2 to section 3. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries 6-1. All right, and now we are going to go to the city clerk. Please read the title and take a roll call vote.
Ordinance 2431, an ordinance amending the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code by adding a section restricting unauthorized urban camping. And your vote is open.
Motion carries 6-1 with 2 excused absences. All right, administrative council business. Per council policy, except for emergency or unforeseen items, council members are encouraged to submit administrative business items by the Tuesday before the meeting with another council member's endorsement. Are there any council members that have administrative business items of an emergency or unforeseen circumstance? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to bring a few things forward. First occurrence was on October 15th, and it occurred at the Halftime Bar and Grill, and this has been an ongoing problem. I was reached out by my constituents on that day due to a live concert that was occurring. It lasted almost 9 hours. During that time, the non-emergency line was unavailable as well. So residents were calling 911 even though it wasn't a emergency. And this is very concerning because I found out that they didn't have a noise permit per our acting city manager. And our noise ordinance needs evaluated last Saturday. Same thing, got several calls from constituents from the same bar. So I would like to make a motion to direct our city manager to review and present a study session on our current noise ordinance and possibly like get where it's required to have a permit and notify the residents. But I would like a study session motion to have that added to an upcoming agenda as soon as possible because it seems to be getting worse.
Thank you. I've got a bunch of people in the queue for admin council business, so if you want a second, please just give me a heads up. I have a motion to direct staff to have a study session regarding the noise ordinance in Commerce City. Councilmember Hurst. I have a motion and a second to do so. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have additional items?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, earlier today, we recognized just an impressive group of our Parks and Rec staff for, their heroic actions in saving someone's life. And I wanted to make a motion to give them a token of our appreciation. And so I wanted to direct the city manager to give them something as a form of recognition from the city, whether it be a gift card or, something of that nature.
Have a motion to direct city manager to give the Parks and Recreation staff that was involved in saving that gentleman's life a gift of some sort. Do you have a dollar value to place on that, Councilmember Dare?
Sorry. Can we leave that open or do
We'll
we?
leave it open, okay. Is there a second? Councilmember Kim seconds. Motion and a second to direct city manager to give them a recognition for their life-saving efforts. Any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Did you have additional items, Councilmember Dare?
That is all.
Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. Just think that would like, and I'll have a timeline. Let's try to do it the first quarter of 2023 would probably be the best one. Try to get on the schedule or South Adams Water and Sanitation District to have a presentation. Maybe we can prepare some questions for them beforehand, an hour or so. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Noble.
Did that require a second or was that just a request?
I think it was just a request.
Okay, so we're good with that, right?
Yep.
Okay. And also, the mayor and I are on the Water Commission with South Adams County Water and Sanitation District, and it oddly, we're not supposed to share what occurs in those meetings, which is kind of an odd situation. So I'm very glad that we're going to be doing a study session so that the information can be shared publicly. So that'll be great. I wanted to ask about the sign-in and if it would be possible on items that are a public hearing for there to be a separate sign-in sheet so that that sheet could be left out longer. I can understand why the sheet for citizen communication needs to be picked up at 6 o'clock because the public comment will come very shortly after that. But I'm hoping that we can give a little bit more latitude on public hearings, given that we want the public to be able to comment and participate. Is that something that would be considered?
Thank you for your question, Councilmember Noble. So we've transitioned away from a physical sign-in sheet to using the iPad in the back and then a QR code that's displayed on the screen and then also in the back. So we don't shut it down technically. We just provide the mayor with the list of those who had registered at the beginning of the meeting, and then he has that roster to call on those people when that appropriate item comes up. I typically send that to him about 6:05-ish, right after we get started. If the full council and the mayor want that to stay open until the time that the public hearing item starts, we can certainly do that as well. I mean, it's council's meeting, it's council's public hearing. We're here to help however we can.
Perfect solution. Thank you. Did you have another item, Councilmember Noble?
Yes, I do. I wanted to call up two plats for public hearings. Case number S-814-22, Second Creek Village Amendment number 6, and then case number S-774-22, Third Creek West filing number 2. So my motion is public hearing for both of these cases.
I have a motion to call for public hearings for case S-814-22 and case S-774-22.
Only one S, Mayor.
Okay.
S-814, S-774.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that correction. Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem?
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to call those up for public hearings. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Is that an aye or? Aye. Motion carries 6-1 with 2 excused absences on that. Did you have another item, Councilmember Noble?
No. Well, yes. There was some discussion earlier about what might have been said during a study session. And I think that's one of the problems that we've had is that sometimes the feeling is that direction is being given, but of course there is no vote on it. So the question is, do we need to vote on it later, or should we have notes of the study sessions? We have requested notes of the study sessions before, and I believe that to formalize that we need to change CP 23, letter C, number 2, which calls for no minutes of study sessions. These are council policies, and council policies can be changed by the city council. So my motion would be to allow notes of the study sessions, not minutes, but notes.
Councilmember Douglas?
I will happily second that.
All right, motion and second to amend Council Policy 23 to require notes to be taken during study sessions. Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I don't disagree with the idea that we need some reference check, but isn't this online? And then what kind of notes are we taking? Are we talking, I think we can do like major topic notes, but freehand starts to get, in my opinion, like you can input quite a bit of your own when you're taking freehand notes. And so how do we ensure we just get good summary notes, but not, down into the weeds?
Could it be that, what are the staff's takeaway? If they're considering something direction, then we'll know if it's in the notes. If it's not in the notes, then we'll know it wasn't recognized as direction. And at least we'll have it in a timely fashion and be able to rectify that.
Would you be opposed to characterizing it as like an action items report coming out of, it's notes, but we're really looking for their action items? Because I want to know what's going to be in the notes. If we're just freehanding everything that's being said, we're recording it as well.
I would say if you want it to be action items, it's fine with me. Action notes.
I
How do you feel about it as the secretary?
I'm seeing head shakes coming out of the city attorney, and I think we're going down a rabbit hole here that is very dangerous in regards to open meetings and things of that nature. And so for that, I'm not supportive of this motion. I think that there is nothing that prevents a council member from taking their own notes to know what took place in a meeting. There's nothing that prevents a council member from going back and watching the video that is on YouTube and determining what was done as far as that goes. I think that you stated it perfectly when you said that we don't vote during study sessions, that, you know, we may give direction, but it is not a vote. And again, I think that the onus does not come on a staff member to come in there and put down notes as far as what we said or what we didn't do. I think that it's all a matter of public record with the YouTube and the fact that we are still broadcasting that, which was never done in this city before for study sessions, and just the fact that, you know, we can take our own notes if we need to, and we can do that. OneNote is a fabulous note-taking application, allows you to organize all those notes perfectly by date, by meeting, by subject, whatever it is that you need to do. So again, I think the onus should be on the council members to keep their own notes and keep their own record of what's being done and said, as opposed to a staff member doing that for us.
Okay, and Mr. Hayter, then what is your objection?
What's that?
I'm asking Mr. Hayter's objection.
Yeah, well, so, you know, by code, you take action by motion, resolution, and ordinance. So you don't take action in study sessions. We don't have those things in study sessions. We're going to start doing that in study sessions. We have more, you know, open meetings issues, just hoops to jump through in terms of notice and filing. But then those study sessions become essentially regular meetings because you are taking action at those meetings.
What about the direction? Staff always says, is that your direction? Am I looking at nods? I mean, it occurs.
In study sessions, we should not be taking straw polls and polling staff. We should be hearing the comments, and staff can take away from that what they do. But, you know, there's no voting that happens in study sessions.
Yes. I'm aware of that.
So, you know, what they often try to do is present information and hear feedback to try to get information to bring it back to you for more formal action in a different setting, you know, in other words, in a regular meeting. So given the open meetings laws and given what we've designated in our code as regular meetings and study sessions, I wouldn't want to do anything to put us in a position where we'd be running afoul of either of those things.
Okay, then I will withdraw my motion.
I will say that there was several months ago a discussion about whether you wanted to change all our meetings to regular meetings, with the idea that study session type items can still be made as presentations in the setting of a regular meeting, but you would still have the ability to take action at those meetings on other items as well. And in my recollection is that part of that was to deal with some of just the volume of things that come before you, and also to have to cut down on scheduling additional special meetings. So, you know, there's other options if we were trying to find more opportunities to take action. But I don't think that addresses the concern that you're raising, which is try to have a good understanding and memorialization of some sort of what occurred in a study session.
Yeah, and it does seem then that if someone wants something to occur, they need to bring it back as a motion.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, that motion has been rescinded. Councilmember Douglas, I take it you no longer need to comment?
No, I was just curious, so there's no way to do a summary of, because sometimes I feel like there's not real direction, and so there's assumptions made, and that's the only thing that I would like to alleviate, and that's why I seconded the motion. So is there an answer to that question or not?
I don't think I quite understand the question. Can you restate it to me, please?
Is there a way to do like a summary of what?
A summary of what occurred at a study session?
Yeah, kind of like what was.
I mean, legally, a summary, it doesn't raise a concern for me at all. But in any sort of, action that's being taken at a study session is where we have a concern with regards to the open meetings laws.
Well, what I'm saying is there's action being taken on assumptions, and I believe that's where this motion came from. Assumptions means that there's not real clear communication, and so I don't know how to eliminate that. And do it in a legal way as far as open records and everything like that. So I don't know.
I would just say that when, in my attendance at study sessions, what I typically see is a lot of staff trying to get feedback from every council member to understand what the different concerns and questions are, not necessarily assumptions. But then I think staff goes back and reviews those things and weighs those things and tries to figure out how to then implement and address the concerns collectively, so that they're not receiving direction, they're not necessarily taking action, but they are using that feedback and that communication to come back to you in a more formal setting with something that you want to see that's more applicable and more palatable even to everyone.
Okay. Maybe we could have this discussion like during the week or something so that I could get a clear.
Of course.
Yes, if that's possible, that would be great. Thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
Councilmember Douglas, I agree. That was where I was starting, was more general. So thank you very much. And yes, I would be happy to have that conversation with the attorney too. Thank you.
All right. This time we need a motion and a second to extend the automatic adjournment meeting by 30 minutes. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Have a motion to extend the automatic adjournment of the council meeting by 30 minutes. Is there a second? Councilmember Noble.
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second to extend the automatic adjournment time of the meeting by 30 minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously 7-0. Look, we can all get along. All right, reports. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, sir. I'm gonna keep this quick.
Please.
Wanted to share with you all, Cultivando has received $500,000 from the EPA to continue its community air monitoring program. So that will allow them to effectively to move into year 2. And staff is going to be figuring out ways how to help support them through that completion. As you all know, tree lighting time is coming up, fun time. Council last year lit the tree and shot a video message that we sent out via our website, social media. We also shot a photo to include council, in council's e-card. The question that I have before you all as a body is, do you want to do what we did last year? Or previously, we had a much larger, grander event where we partnered with the Cultural Council that was able to also present school art from local students that were able to be a part of that celebration. That will require some work on our part to see whether or not we're able to get there. But before going down a certain path, I thought I'd raise that question. So I'm going to stop there before I move on with the rest of my report. What would council like to see?
All right, basically it comes down to, does council want to recreate what we did last year where we did the little video and the pictures, or does council want to return to the way it used to be with a little celebration in the lobby, people coming in, flip the switch, art on display, things of that nature? How many people want to see last year's event take place? How many people want to return to the way it used to be with people coming in, kids, everybody, carolers, all that good stuff, flip the lights? This is interactive, people. Thank you. There's your direction. And this is a meeting, so we're giving direction.
All right, thank you, sir. Economic development, want to let you all know that Lazy Boy leased 66,000 square feet plus or minus in the Ascent Commerce City, Commerce Center. That is located at 84th Avenue off of Tower Road. As we all know, Lazy Boy is based in Michigan and are one of the largest leading businesses when it comes to furniture. With respect to Public Works, we began hanging holiday lights at the 56th Avenue entranceway this week. We had some vandalism at Turnberry and Veterans Memorial Park. There was some damage at Veterans Memorial Park to the restrooms. That was restored, repaired. And at Turnberry, we had some breakout of restroom windows that were also repaired over the past week. We're finishing our final foot width pass of Quebec medians, and we hope to be complete with our mowing operations for the year in that sense here shortly. Last but not least, we've got our second annual Buffalo Turkey Trot on Saturday, November 12th. And that's all I have for my report.
Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Rogers? Seeing none, Mr. Hayter, what do you got for us?
I don't have anything to report at this time this evening.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Hayter? Nope, perfect. Any council members need to make a report? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I will make this quick as well, but last Wednesday, had the honor of attending the Adams County Council of Government dinner that was sponsored by Thornton with Council Member Douglas. So that was a really informational, and they had a nice dinner for us as well. And then I just would like everyone at the beginning to recognize the mayor did reflect and for everyone to remember this Friday is Veterans Day. So I would like to thank our mayor, Councilman Member Kim, and the Veterans Commission, along with my father, my niece, my brother-in-law, several other family members that have served our country, and just take the time to even ask a veteran to tell a story about serving in the military, because it is quite interesting to hear some of the stories that they have to tell. And I just would like to thank all of our veterans. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Kim.
Just want to say it's been a very interesting first meeting. Last Friday, I had the opportunity to meet with Ms. Claymore, who did provide me some good information. Thank you very much. And then, of course, to the city staff, Mr. Rogers, Ms. Blakeman, and of course, everybody else, to include Mr. Hayter, providing me some guidance and to make sure that we get through. And to, of course, Ms. Annette, cannot thank her enough for her help. In addition to that, to the Buffalo Run Turkey Trot, I'll be there running that short 2.5 mile run. So if I don't see you guys out there, then it is what it is. That's all.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. So I'll make mine short as well. I also attended the ADCOG dinner with Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas, and I want to give a shout out to her for doing such a great job in the absence of Mary Huseman, who was ill that night. And she really did the city proud that night. She did a great job. So I wanted to throw that in there. And then I definitely want to bring this up. Went to the Cultural Council retreat, and it was really awesome. We accomplished a lot. But I also want to take a minute to thank Abe and Angela Ramirez for their years of service and the many contributions that they made to the Cultural Council. They have decided to move on. Angela is doing a lot of art shows in her retirement, and so they want to focus on that. And they've also been traveling and doing things that they should be doing into retirement. But I did want to honor their dedication to the Cultural Council for many years. I also wanted to congratulate the new officers. So we've got Jen Martin as president, vice president Jackie Riggs, and then treasurer Ronna Sanchez. And one more thing, a big congratulations and thank you to Ronna Sanchez for writing the SCFD grant, and we were awarded $10,000 through that grant. So, I mean, for somebody who's a volunteer, that's huge. So I wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of that. And if you see Rana, thank her for that. That's it.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you. I have two items, but one is a question for Mr. Rogers. Is the Lazy Boy a furniture store or is it a warehouse?
Warehouse, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I met with, I'd like to thank Jim Tolbert and Sarah Nachtman for meeting with the residents, with a resident from Kearney Village and also another member who's part of the senior commission. I really appreciate the time that they took and the attention that they're giving to the concerns of the residents there. And I will bring to everyone's attention that there is an article in Westward dated November 7th, 2022, back against Avail Capitol Hill apartment tenants form union to push back against Avail Property Management. And this is the same company that Mr. Tolbert and Ms. Nachtman met with us about. That's Kearney. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you to the city staff for hosting another fantastic Fall Fest event. Last year was great, and this year it's just amazing that every piece, every corner you turn in Eagle Point, or as you walk outside, there's something else. It was added to this year. I was there for the first three hours, and I thought it was really productive. I hope that continues to grow. And quite honestly, the band was amazing. That guy was really good. And so we need to get him back next year for Concert in the Park, put it that way. But on the flip side of that, I am also on Cultural Council and missed so I could represent the Cultural Council table at Fall Fest and appreciate the efforts that the Ramirez have put into that, because honestly, the growth in our Concert in the Park that Cultural Council puts on, I'm putting it right square on Abe's back. I mean, he has worked his butt off, and it's not to discount anybody else. I think everybody who's part of that Cultural Council knows just how much he's taken ownership and made that, or that series of events grow every summer since he's been the president. So we're going to miss them. They've always been fantastic, but I'm sure we'll see them around, because I don't think their volunteer mentality is going to leave them in retirement.
All right, seeing no other requests for reports, we're going to move on. I have no report to give this evening. We have a scheduled executive session to discuss transfer of the Director of Public Safety and the Acting Police Chief. Mr. Rogers, would you like to expand upon that?
Thank you, Mayor. This was always just a stipulated step with the hiring of Director Myers. It was at that time until he was able to pass his post certification and obviously departmental approvals as well, that he would serve as the Director of Public Safety. It was as of last week that he was able to successfully complete both his post certification, he is provisionally approved, and that he has also been able to complete the required departmental approvals as well. Hence, we would like to move him into the interim chief of police position, as we brought him in for, and to thank Acting Chief Sater for his work and time in the position, but to move him back to the deputy chief role.
Great, thank you for that explanation. Hearing that, I see no need to go into an executive session in order to take that action. Mayor Pro Tem.
So I would like to make a motion that we move our, let's see.
We move the acting chief back to deputy chief and move the Director of Public Safety into the interim chief role.
Well said, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I have a motion to make those personnel changes. Is there a second? Councilmember Hurst.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to make said personnel changes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, actually, I do want to say thank you, Acting Chief Sater. Appreciate all the hard work you've done. Congratulations. Congratulations, soon to be interim chief Myers. Everything that I have heard is people love your leadership and morale has never been higher in the department. So thank you for everything the two of you have been doing for the last 6 months. Thank you. That being said, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. We are adjourned. At this time, I'll call the urban renewal meeting to order and ask the secretary to call the roll.
Chair Huseman.
Present.
Vice Chair Alan Thomas.
Present.
Board Member Madera.
Here.
Board Member Noble. Here. Board Member Hurst. Here. Board Member Kim. Here. Board Member Ford. Board Member Douglas.
Here.
Board Member Boucher. Board Member Tedesco. Chair Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, looking for a motion and a second to excuse the members not present. Mayor or Vice Chair.
So moved.
Commissioner Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to excuse the members not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 7-0 with a bunch of absences. This time, looking for a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Commissioner Hurst.
So moved.
Vice Chair.
Second the
I have a
motion.
motion and a second to approve the minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 7-0 with a bunch of absences. Next up, we're going to have a public hearing on Resolution URA 2022-14, the 2023 URA budget. The item was continued from October 17th, 2022. At this time, I'll reopen the public hearing. Do any commissioners have any questions for staff? Has anybody registered to speak? Do we have any comments? Great. We have none of that. I will close the public hearing. And I am now looking for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution URA 2022-14. Commissioner Hurst.
So moved.
Commissioner Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution URA 2022-14. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 7-0 with a whole bunch of absences. This time I will adjourn to the ECAGID meeting and call the meeting to order. Ask
Chair
clerk to call the
Huseman.
roll. Present.
Vice Chair Alan Thomas.
What's wrong?
Present.
Oh, whoops. Sorry, present.
Board Member Madera.
Here.
Board Member Noble.
Whatever I have is contagious.
Board Member Hurst.
Yep.
Board Member Kim. Board Member Ford. Board Member Douglas.
Here.
Chair Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, looking for a motion and a second to excuse the members not present. Commissioner Madera.
So moved.
Commissioner Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to excuse the members not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 7-0 with 2 excused absences. This time, we're going to move on to approval of the minutes. Looking for a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Commissioner Hurst.
Move to approve the minutes.
Commissioner Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 7-0 with 2 absences. We're going to move on to public hearings. Tonight's first public hearing will be on the 2023 ECA-GID budget for ECA-GID 22-01. This item was continued from the October 17, 2022 hearing. At this time, I will open the public hearing. Any board members have any questions for staff? Seeing none, we have no virtual speakers and no comments were submitted. However, we do have a speaker in person. Mr. Douglas, please come forward. Give your name and address for the record and keep your comments limited to 3 minutes because we only have an additional 25 minutes to get all this
Sure.
business
Steve
done. Thank you.
Douglas, 10970 Unity Parkway, and it just shows here that the temporary reduction of 15 mills expires on the end of this year, and I'm urging the council just to let that expire and then let the 27 mills return. And we can start building up some revenue. It's gonna take a while, but maybe that could help offset some of the cost on Tower Road improvements. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Is that all we have? That's all we have. This time I'll close the public hearing. I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt a resolution ECA-GID 22-01. Board Member Madera.
So moved.
Board Member Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt a resolution ECA-GID 22-01. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 7-0, 2 absences. We're going to adjourn the ECA GID meeting and call the ERA GID meeting to order and ask the secretary to call the roll.
Chair Huseman.
Present.
Vice Chair Allen Thomas.
Present.
Board Member Madera.
Present.
Board Member Noble.
I'm here.
Board Member Hurst. Board Member Kim. Board Member Ford. Board Member Douglas.
Here.
Chair Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Looking for a motion and a second to excuse the members not present. Board Member Madera.
So moved.
Vice Chair.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to excuse the members not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion requests, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 7-0 with 2 excused absences. Next up, we are going to do approval of the minutes. Looking for a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Board Member Hurst.
So moved.
Board Member Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. 7-0, 2 absences. We have a public hearing for resolution ERA GID 22-01. Tonight's public hearing will be on the 2022-2023 ERA GID budget. I'm prematurely begging my gavel. This item was continued from October 17, 2022. This time I'll reopen the public hearing. Any question, board members have any questions for staff? Seeing no requests for staff, no virtual speakers, no written comments. However, Mr. Douglas wants to grace us with his eloquent words for a third time this evening.
Okay. Steve Douglas, 10970 Unity Parkway. On this ERAGID, set at 30 mils, and I'm asking the board to just make sure this stays at 30 and no reduction. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. No other individuals here to speak. We will close the public hearing. This time, looking for a motion second to adopt resolution ERA GID 22-01. Board Member Madera.
So moved.
Board Member Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt a resolution ERA GID 22-01. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 7-0 with 2 excused absences. We will adjourn the ERA GID meeting and call the NIGID meeting to order. Ask the secretary to call the roll.
Chair Huseman.
Present.
Vice Chair Allen Thomas.
Present.
Board Member Madera.
Here.
Board Member Davis. Board Member Noble.
Present.
Board Member Hurst. Board Member Kim. Board Member Ford. Board Member Douglas.
Here.
Chair Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Looking for a motion and a second to excuse the members not present. Board Member Madera.
So moved.
Board Member Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to excuse the members not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 7-2 with 2 absences. Motion and a second to approve the minutes, please. Board Member Madera.
Move to approve the minutes.
Board Member Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 7-0 with 2 absences. All right, we have a public hearing for resolution NIGID 22-01. It is for the 2023 NIGID budget. This item was continued from October 17, 2022. This time I will reopen the public hearing. Any board members have any questions for staff? Seeing no requests, do we have any speakers virtual? Do we have any written comments? Do we have any in-person speakers? Mr. Douglas, you don't want to grace us for the 4th time? We're good? All right. Having no questions, no speakers or comments or anything, we'll close the public hearing. And I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt a resolution NIGID 22-01. Board Member Hurst.
So moved.
Board Member Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt a resolution NIGID 22-01. Is there any discussion? Would just like to thank once again our finance staff for putting all this together. I know budget time is a huge time. We just ran through a whole lot of budgets in a very quick manner, and I know that the time that we did that is in no way in comparison to the amount of time your staff has done in putting that together. Would also like to thank council and the NIGID's board in supporting the reduction of this mill levy from 20 to 14 mills. I do want to clarify that this reduction is going to take place no matter whether 5B passes or does not pass. pass. However, that being said, I do hope that the voters of the city who are still waiting to cast their ballot will take into consideration that you are only looking at a net increase of 2 mills if you pass 5B. And that is less than $6 a month. That is a very small price to pay for a better education for our residents, especially the future generation of this community. So please get out there and support 5B. Vote yes for it. It's going to cost you $6 a month, and do your part to make sure education in this community is as good as it can be. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 7-0, 2 excused absences. We are adjourned. What? You're what? Oh, I'm leaving. Oh, we got to do a swearing in? Actually, you know what? Actually, council, indulge me for 1 minute. We're going to adjourn this and reconvene the city council meeting real quick, all right? So we're going to adjourn the NIGID meeting, and I will reconvene the city council meeting. I know it didn't have to be done, but we're going to do it officially in the city council meeting because that's the level of respect that it deserves. So we are going to swear in interim Chief Myers real quick, and so we'll do that prior to us leaving for the evening. Mr. Myers, would you come forward?
Would you like a microphone? Yes.
I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't.
Another one before I get here.
Are we on? All right, Mr. Myers, would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that you will support and enforce the Constitution and the laws of the United States and of the state of Colorado, the charter and the ordinances of the city, and will faithfully perform the duties of the office upon which you are about to enter?
I do.
Congratulations. We are adjourned.